Section 1. The Springfield Nuclear Power Plant and the Radiation Theory. So get comfortable, pull the blanket up, let your shoulders drop, because for the next few hours we are going to take a very slow, very deep walk through one of the most analyzed fictional universes ever put on television. We are going to Springfield, and by the time this is over, you may never watch the show the same way again. Let's begin with the one that started it all, the theory that once you hear it, you'll keep finding evidence for in every single episode you ever watch. The Springfield Nuclear Power Plant is not a background detail. It is not a running gag about corporate negligence. It is the engine behind every strange, impossible, and deeply unsettling thing that has ever happened in this town. The Springfield Nuclear Power Plant is a 2-unit pressurized water reactor facility. It is owned and operated by Charles Montgomery Burns, the oldest, wealthiest, and by most measures the most powerful man in Springfield. It provides electrical power to the entire town, and it is, by any reasonable standard of measurement, one of the most dangerous industrial facilities in the history of fiction. When a surprise safety inspection was conducted at the plant, and the show is very specific about this, inspectors found 342 violations, not dozens, not even 100. 342 separate, documentable safety failures. The estimated cost to bring the facility up to code was $56 million. Burns refused. Not because he lacked the funds. He is a billionaire many times over. But because fixing the problems would require admitting they existed. And admitting they existed would mean someone might start asking questions about what those problems had already done to the people living in Springfield. And the violations are not minor. We are not talking about paperwork irregularities or outdated fire extinguishers. We are talking about radioactive waste being dumped directly into local bodies of water. Radioactive waste being poured near children's playgrounds. Plutonium being used as a paperweight on someone's actual office desk. Cooling towers with structural cracks that were patched with a wad of chewing gum. Luminous rats moving freely through the lower sections of the facility. Rodents that glow because they have absorbed enough radioactive material to make their bodies visibly emit light in the dark. And then there is the detail the show drops and never returns to. Human skeletons in the basement. Not one skeleton. Skeletons, plural. Human remains found in the lower levels of an active nuclear facility. The show shows you the bones and simply moves forward. Nobody investigates. Nobody asked who those people were, or how long they had been down there, or how a working industrial facility in a populated American town came to have human remains in its basement. The safety inspector just notes them down alongside the chewing gum cooling tower and the glowing rats and moves on to the next violation. Now, the man whose entire professional purpose is to prevent all of this from getting worse. The person whose literal job title is Nuclear Safety Inspector, the individual standing between Springfield and radioactive catastrophe, is Homer Simpson. Homer Simpson, whose IQ the show's own creator has stated is 55. Homer Simpson, who once discovered in a hospital episode that a crayon had been lodged in his brain since childhood, physically wedging itself into his neural tissue and measurably reducing his cognitive function. Homer Simpson, who sleeps at his workstation with regularity, who has eaten donuts during meltdown warnings, who once caused a minor nuclear incident by throwing a donut into the reactor core to see if it would get bigger. This is the man standing between Springfield and a radioactive catastrophe. He has been standing there in various states of consciousness for over 3 decades. Now here's where the theory begins to build into something you cannot easily dismiss. The first visible mutant in Springfield appears in the 2nd season of the show. Blinky the three-eyed fish? Blinky is caught in a river that runs near the power plant. His existence becomes national news within the show's universe. A candidate running for governor uses Blinky as the centerpiece of his campaign against Burns, arguing that the fish is undeniable physical evidence that the plant is poisoning the surrounding environment. Burns is ultimately forced to eat the fish on live television to demonstrate that it is harmless, and the town watches, and shrugs, and moves on. Nobody conducts a follow-up environmental study. Nobody tests the water supply. Nobody asks the logical, obvious, inescapable question, sitting at the center of the whole situation. If the fish have 3 eyes, what exactly is happening to the people who have been drinking the same water? The answer to that question has been embedded in the show since season 8. In the episode called The Springfield Files, Homer encounters something in the woods near town. A glowing figure moving through the trees with a dazed, almost peaceful kind of motion. Homer is terrified. He reports it to anyone who will listen. The FBI sends agents. The whole town works itself into a panic, trying to determine whether Springfield has been visited by something extraterrestrial. The episode builds toward a dramatic reveal, a genuine twist that the entire hour has been building toward. And the reveal is this: the figure in the woods is not an alien, it is Mr. Burns. Burns has been undergoing a weekly medical treatment so extreme, so loaded with experimental chemicals and radiation therapy, that it gives his body what the show describes as a healthy green glow. After each session, Burns wanders out of the medical facility in a dazed, euphoric state and stumbles through the trees near Springfield looking like something that could not possibly be human. He literally glows in the dark, and when the people of Springfield see a glowing humanoid figure drifting through the woods near their town, their first instinct is not to think about radiation. Their first instinct is not to think about the nuclear power plant visible from virtually every street in Springfield. Their first instinct is that it must be a visitor from another world. That is the depth of the denial running through this community. The evidence is right there, every day on the skyline, and the town looks past it. In the Simpsons movie, the accumulated environmental contamination reaches a point so severe that the Environmental Protection Agency, a real federal agency, operating within the show's fictional universe as a real institution with real authority, determines that Springfield must be physically sealed under a massive glass dome to prevent its pollution from spreading to the rest of the country. Think about what that actually means. The United States government, through one of its most significant environmental regulatory bodies, looked at Springfield and concluded that the only viable solution was complete physical containment. Not cleanup, not remediation, containment. The town was classified as an environmental hazard so severe that it needed to be quarantined from the rest of the nation. Every resident, every person who had been drinking that water and breathing that air and living downwind of those cracked, cooling towers for decades, they are still inside the dome when it goes up. They are sealed in with the contamination. Now look at the residents themselves. Homer Simpson. Massive overbite. Eyes that bulge outward in a way that suggests either extreme thyroid disruption or structural changes to the orbital bones. 4 fingers on each hand. And we will come back to this because it matters. A skull shape that does not match any anatomical standard for a normal adult human. An IQ that the show places in the clinical disability range. And a body that can absorb levels of physical trauma that would be fatal to any normal person many times over. He has been shot, electrocuted, fallen off cliffs, been struck by multiple vehicles, survived explosions at close range. He has walked away from every single one of these events with, at most, a brief recovery period. His healing capacity is extraordinary. His pain tolerance borders on the inhuman. And he has spent his entire adult working life inside a nuclear facility in direct proximity to an active reactor core. Marge Simpson presents the same set of physical characteristics. The same protruding eyes, the same 4-fingered hands, and hair that defies the laws of physics and gravity in a way that the show treats as completely unremarkable. A blue tower extending straight upward, maintaining its shape and its height without any apparent products or supports, for 36 years without variation. Marge was also briefly employed at the power plant itself. She was exposed to the same environment, the same safety violations, the same leaking radiation. And her 3 children, Bart, Lisa, and Maggie, were all born after both their parents had already been living in Springfield's contaminated environment for years. Bart, Lisa, and Maggie all display the same physical characteristics that no one in the show ever thinks to question. The spiky hair that holds its shape without any product. The overbites, the bulging eyes, the yellow skin. And here's the detail that makes the radiation theory click into place, with a kind of quiet inevitability. When celebrities visit Springfield, when guest characters arrive from outside the town, they look different. Their proportions are more anatomically natural. Their eyes sit in their faces at normal depths. Their features more closely resemble what real human beings look like. The show consistently draws outsiders with more realistic proportions than it draws Springfield residents. The explanation most people reach for is that it is simply the art style. That is just how The Simpsons looks. But within the logic of the show's own universe, within a story world where these are real people and Springfield is a real town, there is a visible, observable, physical difference between people who live in Springfield and people who do not. The people inside the contamination zone look one way. The people outside it look another. Even the animals are affected. Santa's little helper, the Simpson family dog, has the same protruding eyes as his owners, the same physical proportions that deviate from what real dogs look like. Blinky the fish has 3 eyes. Springfield's wildlife shows measurable, visible mutation from the plant's environmental runoff. The show tells you this directly and then asks you to believe that the exact same radiation has had no effect whatsoever on the humans living in the same environment. Burns has always known this. The show makes it explicit across multiple episodes. Burns funds private medical research. He keeps personal physicians on retainer. He undergoes weekly treatments that keep him alive through what amounts to chronic radiation poisoning, managed with experimental precision. Burns understands radiation in a way that nobody else in Springfield does, because radiation is not just something his facility produces. It is something his own body depends on. He has the resources. He has the medical infrastructure. He has an entire private pharmaceutical apparatus capable of synthesizing experimental treatments that do not exist anywhere else. He knows what radiation does to biological systems in intimate first-hand detail, and he knows what his plant has been doing to Springfield because the evidence is everywhere around him, and he is the only person with the cognitive capacity to read it clearly. Homer's continued employment at that plant is not negligence. The show even gives you the proof of this directly. When a group of German investors briefly purchased the plant, the first thing they did was fire Homer. The very first thing. Because when competent people look at Homer Simpson's work history at a nuclear facility, the only rational response is immediate termination. And the second thing those investors did was commission an assessment of what it would cost to bring the facility up to code. The estimate nearly bankrupted them. Burns bought the plant back and immediately rehired Homer. A competent safety inspector would shut that plant down within a week. Homer Simpson ensures that the violations continue. The radiation keeps leaking. The water supply stays contaminated. And Burns maintains his monopoly over Springfield's power, its economy, and by extension its entire population. A population too cognitively damaged by decades of radiation exposure to organize around the question of why their employer glows in the dark. In Season 12, the show reveals that Homer once had the crayon removed from his brain. His IQ skyrocketed. He became intelligent, articulate, capable of understanding the architecture of the world around him in a way he never had before. He saw Springfield clearly. He saw his job clearly. He saw his own life for what it actually was. And it made him deeply, genuinely miserable. So he had the crayon put back in. He chose the fog. But here is the question the show never asks. How did a crayon get lodged in a child's brain in the first place without anyone noticing? How did Homer pass through his entire childhood, his entire adolescence, his entire adult life, visiting doctors in Springfield, receiving checkups from Springfield medical professionals, without a single one of them finding a foreign object in his skull? Either every doctor in Springfield is incompetent beyond any rational explanation, or someone knew it was there and chose not to remove it. And if the medical establishment in Springfield is compromised, if Burns's influence extends into the town's healthcare infrastructure the same way it extends into everything else, then Homer's crayon is not an accident. It is the show using a piece of dark, absurdist comedy to tell you something it cannot say directly. The people of Springfield have something wrong with their brains, something that keeps them passive and incurious and incapable of looking up at those cracked cooling towers and asking the question that should be impossible to avoid. Why are we all like this? The radiation theory does not explain one mystery about The Simpsons. It explains all of them. The characters do not age because their mutated biology has been altered at the cellular level. The town resets after every catastrophic event because the population's memory function is compromised by chronic neurological damage. Homer survives injuries that should kill him because decades of radiation exposure have changed how his body processes trauma. Burns stays alive through treatments that would kill a normal person because he has been managing his own radiation exposure for over a century with resources that nobody else in town could access. And nobody in Springfield questions any of this because the same contamination that changed their bodies also damaged the part of their brains responsible for sustained critical inquiry. Springfield is not a quirky cartoon town. It is a contamination zone. The residents are not eccentric. They are symptomatic. And the nuclear power plant that dominates their skyline, that provides their electricity, that employs their neighbors and poisons their water and irradiates their children, is not a background gag. It is the cause. It has always been the cause. Every yellow face, every protruding eye, every impossible recovery, every forgotten catastrophe, every reset, every unexplained mystery, all of it traces back to the same cracked cooling tower, leaking the same invisible material into the same water supply, quietly maintaining a population too damaged to figure out why their fish have 3 eyes and their children were born with 4 fingers. The Springfield nuclear power plant is not just part of the show. It is the show. And nobody in Springfield will ever figure that out because the plant already made sure they cannot. If you're still awake, drop a comment right now with the time and your location. Wherever you are in the world, whatever hour it is, I want to know. And if this kind of slow deep dive is your thing, consider subscribing. There is a lot more of this ahead tonight. Section 2. Homer's Coma Theory Now. Before we go any further, I want you to hold everything you just heard in your mind loosely, because this next theory does not contradict the radiation explanation. It contains it, it absorbs it, and it reframes every single thing the show has ever done inside a single devastating emotional premise. What if the radiation theory is correct, but only inside the mind of a man who has been unconscious since 1993? On April 1st, 1993, the 18th episode of Season 4 aired. The episode was called So It's Come to This, a Simpsons clip show. The premise was uncomplicated. Bart plays a series of escalating April Fool's pranks on Homer, each one bigger than the last, until he takes one of Homer's beer cans to an auto body shop and places it inside an industrial paint shaker. The can is shaken until the pressure inside it is extraordinary. When Homer opens it later, the explosion sends him to the hospital. While Homer is lying in his hospital bed recovering from the blast, he sees a vending machine across the room. He tries to retrieve a candy bar. The vending machine tips. It falls. It lands on Homer with its full weight, and Homer Simpson flatlines. He enters a coma, not a cutaway gag, not a dream sequence introduced with a wavy visual effect. A real clinical coma, documented within the episode as a genuine medical event. Homer is unconscious. He is connected to machines. His family gathers around the bed. The episode ends with Homer apparently waking up. Bart is sitting at his bedside, tearfully confessing that the whole thing was his fault, and Homer springs awake and immediately reaches for Bart's throat. The family laughs. Homer laughs. Everything returns to normal. The show tells you he woke up. But here's the part the audience tends to absorb and then immediately forget. In the final moments of that same episode, the doctor informs the family that during the coma, Homer lost 5% of his brain function. Not temporarily, not in a way that could be reversed with rest or treatment. 5% gone, destroyed, permanently and irreversibly removed from Homer's cognitive capacity. And Homer's response to this information, to learning that a piece of his brain is simply no longer there, is to laugh. He says he does not know why he is laughing. He just is. The family finds it charming. The show continues for 32 more years as if that moment never happened. Unless it didn't. Unless Homer never actually woke up. This is the Homer coma theory, and it is by most measures the most widely discussed, most thoroughly examined, and most internally consistent fan theory in the entire history of The Simpsons. The basic premise, which was developed and popularized through online forums, is straightforward. Homer did not wake up from his coma in April of 1993. Every single episode that has aired since that date, every storyline, every character development, every guest appearance, every extraordinary event, is a dream being generated by the unconscious mind of a man lying in a hospital bed in Springfield, slowly losing brain function, while his family sits beside him and waits. Let's walk through the evidence carefully because it accumulates in a way that is hard to dismiss once you have seen it. Before the coma episode, The Simpsons was a grounded show. Not realistic in a documentary sense, it was always a cartoon, always operating through satire and heightened emotion. But the storylines were built around recognizable human situations. Homer tries to stop drinking. Marge considers a flirtation with another man and the emotional consequences it has for her marriage. Lisa develops a crush on a substitute teacher who actually takes her intellectual curiosity seriously. Bart struggles with his grades and faces the genuine possibility of being held back a year. These are everyday family situations told through the lens of animated satire. They are rooted in the kind of anxieties and tensions that real families experience. Financial stress, marital friction, academic failure, a parent's quiet terror that they are not giving their child enough. The emotional architecture of the early Simpsons was built on recognizable domestic struggle, and that recognizability was the foundation of the show's emotional power. After the coma episode, something fundamental shifts. Homer goes to space. Mr. Burns captures the Loch Ness Monster. Homer becomes the leader of a vigilante organization. Homer joins a secret society with powerful connections. Homer discovers that his mother is alive and has been living as a fugitive political radical for 30 years. Homer meets God on 2 separate occasions. Homer travels to dozens of countries. Homer holds hundreds of different jobs. Homer survives forms of physical trauma that would be immediately fatal to any normal human being. The shift is not subtle, it is seismic. The show goes from a family sitcom grounded in economic anxiety to something that operates more like a fever dream. Surreal, untethered, increasingly disconnected from any stable reality. Even people who are not deeply invested in fan theories have noticed this tonal shift. The internet has been debating when The Simpsons got bad or changed or lost its original quality for decades. Different people identify different moments, different episodes, different seasons. But the coma theory proposes a specific and precise answer. The Simpsons did not get bad. Homer's brain got worse. And then there is the piece of evidence that, once you notice it, makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up a little. 6 months before the coma episode in the season 4 premiere, Homer sits down to have a conversation with God. An actual face-to-face conversation with a deity, depicted with sincerity rather than as a joke. And during this conversation, God tells Homer that he will learn the meaning of life. But not yet. Not now. His time is coming, God says. His time is nearly there. 6 months later, Homer is in a coma. The timeline fits with a precision that is difficult to attribute purely to coincidence. God told Homer in the very first episode of the season that his time was almost up. And 6 months into that same season, Homer's conscious life ended. The vending machine fell. The machines beeped. And everything that followed, 32 more years of television, became the dream of a dying man who did not want to let go of his family. What the show presents as a quirky theological punchline reads, under the coma theory, as a genuine prophecy delivered in good faith. God was not joking. God was telling Homer exactly what was coming, in the only terms available for a conversation between a deity and a cartoon safety inspector. Your time is nearly here, and 6 months later, it arrived. The aging problem is where the coma theory does something no other explanation manages quite as elegantly. Nobody in The Simpsons ages. Bart has been 10 years old for 36 years. Lisa has been 8. Maggie has been 1. Homer and Marge have not gained a wrinkle, a gray hair, a moment of visible time passing on their faces or bodies. The show uses what is called a floating timeline. The present is always the present, and the characters remain locked at the same ages while the cultural references and technology around them update to match whatever year the episode airs. Every theory that tries to explain this eternal youth reaches for a different mechanism. The radiation theory says mutated biology prevents aging. The cartoon logic explanation says this is simply how long-running animated shows work. But the coma theory has the simplest answer. The answer that requires the fewest additional assumptions. Nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen mind of a man who went to sleep in April of 1993 and never woke up. Of course, his children do not age. Homer's unconscious brain cannot imagine them growing older because he was not there to watch it happen. The last time he saw Bart, Bart was 10. The last time he held Maggie, she was 1. His wife does not age because the most recent image his brain has of her is from the day the vending machine fell. His friends do not change because his memory of them is locked at the precise moment his consciousness ended. Homer's coma dream preserves his world exactly as it existed on the day he lost it. Because that is what the mind does under those conditions. It locks you in place. It freezes the world at the last moment you experienced it and runs it forward again and again through endless simulations that cannot quite reproduce the original reality but come very close. Close enough to feel like home. Close enough to hold on to. The celebrity appearances that flood the later seasons of the show make sense under this framework too. Homer's unconscious mind, lying in a hospital bed and receiving ambient sensory input from the room around him. Sounds from a television, fragments of conversations, voices from a radio, absorbs these inputs and integrates them into the dream. That is why later seasons are dense with famous people appearing in Springfield. Homer's brain is not failing to explain why a Hollywood actor is standing in his living room. It is incorporating fragments of external media, names and voices filtering through the fog of unconsciousness, and translating them into dream characters that populate the simulation. Every celebrity who walks through Springfield is a voice Homer heard through the machinery keeping him alive, processed by a brain still desperately trying to run the world it remembers. The show acknowledged this theory directly in season 34. An episode included a deliberately constructed fake deleted scene in which Homer wakes up from a long coma, revealing that every unusual, surreal episode had been a dream. The show's writers made this. They animated it. They showed it to the audience. And then the episode's framing insisted it was not real. A scene planted by hackers, a hoax, not genuine. But the fact that they built it at all tells you something important. The writers know this theory exists. They have engaged with it carefully enough to produce a full animated response. They acknowledge that it holds together, and their denial came wrapped inside an episode that depicted Homer waking from a coma. They showed you the potential truth and told you it was fiction, and the audience laughed. The same way Homer laughed when the doctor told him 5% of his brain was permanently gone. Executive producer Al Jean addressed the theory publicly in 2015. He said it was not true, he dismissed it as fan speculation and moved on. But he did not explain why nobody ages. He did not address the tonal shift after season 4. He did not account for God's prophecy in the season premiere 6 months before the coma. He did not explain why the show has become progressively more surreal and disconnected from anything resembling realistic human experience across the decades since 1993, following a trajectory that maps almost perfectly onto what you would expect from a dream being generated by a brain in slow, gradual decline. He said it was not true. The interviewer moved on. The fans did not, because the theory does something that no official explanation has ever done. It makes the whole show make sense. All of it. The frozen ages, the surreal plots, the celebrity flood, the reset button between episodes, the fact that Homer can survive anything and recover from anything, because nothing is actually happening to his body. His body is in a hospital bed in Springfield General. Only his mind is in Springfield, and his mind cannot kill him, because his mind is the one writing the story. But here is the part of the coma theory that does not let go once you have really thought about it. If it is true, then the emotional core of The Simpsons is not a comedy. It is a love story from the inside of a dream. Homer's deepest wish is extraordinarily simple. He wants his family. That is the entire architecture of the dream. He wants Marge to still love him, which in the dream she always does. He wants Bart to still be his loud, mischievous, impossible 10-year-old, which in the dream Bart always is. He wants Lisa to still play her saxophone in her room, which she does every episode for 36 years. He wants to hold Maggie while she is still small enough to hold. He wants Friday night at the Simpsons house to last forever. And in the coma, it does. The dream gives him everything he could want. His family preserved in a permanent present. His children who will never grow up and leave. His wife who will never stop waiting. His life that will never have to end. It is not a nightmare. It is the only version of paradise that a man like Homer Simpson would ever need. A house on Evergreen Terrace where the kids are always young and the beer's always cold and nobody ever has to say goodbye. Every time Homer survives something impossible, every time the world resets at the start of the next episode, every time the credits roll and Springfield returns to exactly what it was before whatever catastrophe just occurred, that is not lazy writing. That is Homer's brain refusing to let the story end. Because if the story ends, Homer has to wake up. And waking up means finding out how much time has passed, how old his children really are now. Whether Marge waited. Whether anyone is still sitting in that hospital room. Or worse, not waking up at all. Opening his eyes in a world that has moved so far forward without him that he does not recognize any of it. The coma theory will never be confirmed by the show, but it will never be genuinely disproven either, because the evidence for it is not in any single episode or any specific line of dialogue. It is in the structure of the show itself. It is in the ages that never change, in the reality that keeps getting stranger, in the man who always, every single episode, without exception, finds his way home. Because in his dream, he never left. Section 3. Who really shot Mr. Burns? Now we come to the greatest mystery in the show's history. The one that the show technically resolved and technically left completely open at the same time. Before we get into the evidence, the alternative theories, and the reasons this case was never as closed as the show wanted you to believe, let's set the scene. Season 6, Episode 25. Who Shot Mr. Burns? Part 1. This aired in the summer of 1995, and what The Simpsons did that summer had never been attempted by an animated television show. A genuine whodunit cliffhanger, designed with such deliberate construction that the show's creators invited viewers across America to participate in a national contest to guess the shooter. The prize was significant. The winner would be animated into an actual future episode. Fox promoted it as a cultural event. America's Most Wanted produced a tie-in special treating the fictional crime as though it were a real, unsolved case. The Simpsons was not just a television show that summer. It was a national puzzle. And the puzzle needed a premise worth puzzling over. Burns had spent the episode methodically destroying the lives of virtually everyone in Springfield. He had stolen an oil well discovered beneath Springfield Elementary, gutting the school's budget in a single stroke. He had financially ruined Moe's Tavern by bankrupting its owner. He had caused a sinkhole that demolished the Springfield retirement castle. He had injured Santa's little helper, the Simpson family's dog. And for his final act, he constructed a massive mechanical disc and used it to block out the sun over the entire town. Not as a metaphor, literally. Burns stole the sunlight from Springfield so that every resident would be forced to purchase their electricity from his plant. When Smithers, his devoted assistant, objected to this, Burns fired him on the spot. By the time Burns staggered out of that town, meeting with a bullet wound, every single person in Springfield had a reason to want him dead. Every single one. The show spent careful time establishing individual motives for dozens of characters. Homer because Burns had worked with him for years and still could not remember his name. Bart and Lisa because the school had lost its funding. Grandpa because his retirement home was destroyed. Groundskeeper Willie because he lost his job. Tito Puente because Burns had eliminated the music program. Moe because his bar went under. Even Smithers, freshly fired, visibly devastated, spiraling. The entire town had gathered for a confrontation. Multiple people were shown carrying weapons, and then Burns collapsed. A single gunshot wound. He staggered to the town sundial and fell, his hands coming to rest on two letters, W and S. Or, depending on your perspective, M and S. America waited 3 months for the answer. Part 2 aired in September. The investigation played out as a comedic procedural. Smithers confessed almost immediately and was immediately ruled out. He had been blackout drunk at the time of the shooting and had actually shot someone else entirely, a man named Jasper, in his wooden leg. One by one, suspects were cleared. Then police found an eyelash on Burns's suit. DNA analysis confirmed it belonged to a Simpson. Homer's fingerprints were on the gun. He had the clearest motive of anyone in town. Homer was arrested. He was about to be convicted. And then Burns woke from his own coma and identified the shooter. It was Maggie Simpson. Baby Maggie, 1-year-old. Burns claimed he had encountered her in the parking lot after the meeting, reached for her lollipop, and in the ensuing struggle his gun had fallen from his holster. Maggie picked it up. The gun discharged. Burns was shot. Case closed. Baby did it. Except the case was never really closed, and the longer you examine the evidence, the more the official answer starts to look like a conclusion. The show worked backwards toward, rather than one it honestly arrived at. Start with the contest. Fox had invited viewers across America to submit guesses. Thousands of entries poured in. And according to the DVD commentary for those episodes, not a single person in the randomly selected sample of entries had guessed the correct answer. Nobody won. The prize was awarded to someone chosen at random from the sample who did not have the right answer and received a cash payment instead of being animated. The show's own creators acknowledged on that commentary that they were aware of exactly one person who had posted the correct answer online. And that person, using a college internet account that went inactive before the contest closed, was never found. An open invitation was issued on the DVD release for that person to come forward. As far as anyone knows, they never did. Think about what this means. The creators designed a mystery, told America it was solvable from the clues available in Part 1, promoted a national contest around that promise, and when the answer was revealed, essentially nobody in the entire country had solved it. Either the clues were genuinely insufficient, the red herrings were so effective that they obscured the actual answer, or the answer did not logically follow from the evidence in the way the show had claimed it would. Now look at the sundial. Burns falls and his hands point to W and S. From his perspective, if you look at it from where he was lying, the letters read M and S. The show presents this as pointing to Maggie Simpson, but Burns himself states on the record within the episode that the position of his hands on the sundial was not deliberate. He did not fall in a way calculated to spell out his attacker's initials. He just fell. The position of his hands was, by his own testimony, a coincidence. The central piece of physical evidence that justifies the official answer was explicitly described as meaningless by the victim himself. Then there is the gun. Burns carried a firearm in a holster. Shortly before the shooting, the holster is shown to be empty. The gun was already missing from his person before the attack occurred. Whoever shot Burns used Burns's own weapon, which means the shooter was someone who had not come to the town meeting armed. Most of the suspects at that meeting had brought their own weapons specifically because they were furious enough to consider violence. The person who shot Burns was someone who did not plan to shoot anyone, who encountered the gun by chance and acted on impulse. A baby finding a weapon on the ground fits that profile. So does about a dozen other characters who were not carrying weapons that night. And then there are Burns's last words before being shot. "Oh, it's you." He recognized his attacker. He was not surprised. He was not afraid. He said those words the way you acknowledge someone you have encountered before, but do not consider a threat. Does Mr. Burns recognize Maggie Simpson? Has he ever interacted with her in any meaningful way before this moment? The show does not establish a prior relationship between Burns and Maggie. Burns barely recognizes Homer, and Homer has worked for him for years. The idea that Burns would see this particular infant and say, with a tone of calm recognition, "Oh, it's you," as though acknowledging a familiar face, does not line up with everything we know about how Burns perceives the people around him. And then there is Season 18. In Season 18, Homer Simpson tells someone that he was actually the one who shot Mr. Burns. He just says it out loud, on camera, and nobody reacts. Nobody reopens the investigation. Nobody calls the police. Homer confesses to the attempted murder of the richest man in Springfield, and the show treats it as a throwaway line, a non-event, something that happened and then disappeared into the next scene. Either Homer is lying for reasons of his own, which is entirely possible given his character, or the original verdict was wrong and Homer knows it because he is the person who actually pulled the trigger. And if Homer did it, then Maggie was framed. A 1-year-old child was blamed for a crime committed by her father. And the evidence used to support that conclusion, the DNA eyelash, the sundial, the testimony of a man who had just woken from a bullet-induced coma, was either misinterpreted, coincidental, or shaped by the interests of people who needed the case to close in a particular direction. One of the most carefully constructed alternative theories centers on Marge. The case for Marge as the real shooter is, once laid out, genuinely difficult to dismiss. Marge Simpson is a devoted mother. She watched Burns systematically dismantle the school where her children are educated, injure her family's dog, destroy her father-in-law's retirement home, and steal the sunlight from the town her children have grown up in. She had every motivation. She had the emotional drive. She is, when pushed far enough, capable of decisive action in defense of her family in ways that the show has demonstrated across multiple episodes. Burns, in an earlier episode, had developed what the show clearly frames as an infatuation with Marge. He fell for her during the period when she worked at the plant, an infatuation that, crucially, had never really gone away. The theory proposes that when Burns encountered Marge in the parking lot after the town meeting, not Maggie, Marge, and she shot him, he woke up in that hospital room, identified his attacker, and chose not to name her. He had been shot by a woman he had genuine feelings for. And rather than send her to prison, he looked around the room for an alternative and found one in the form of a 1-year-old infant who could never be prosecuted. Chief Wiggum himself says it, plainly and on camera. No jury in the world would convict a baby. Maggie was the perfect solution. Too young to deny the accusation. Too young to understand what was happening to her. Too young to ever face consequences. If someone in Springfield's power structure needed to protect the real shooter and close the case cleanly, blaming the baby was the cleanest possible outcome for everyone involved. And the show knows this theory holds up. The final image of Part 2 shows Maggie alone in an empty room. She looks around carefully and deliberately, checking that nobody is watching. Then she moves her pacifier in a motion that mimics pulling a trigger. The show wants you to read this as a confession. Maggie did it, and here she is in private, acting it out because she knows what she did. But look at that image again with fresh eyes. A baby is imitating emotions she witnessed someone else perform. She is doing what babies do, absorbing and replicating the behaviors of the adults around them. She is not confessing. She watched something happen, and she is remembering it the only way a 1-year-old can. The alternate endings tell you everything about how committed the writers actually were to the Maggie answer. A complete alternate conclusion was fully produced, fully animated, and fully voiced, in which Smithers is revealed as the shooter. The full sequence was shown to the public in a later episode, where it was dismissed by a character on the grounds that it would require ignoring the DNA evidence, which would be, in his words, downright nutty. That line was a direct reference to the O.J. Simpson trial, in which a jury famously dismissed DNA evidence to reach an acquittal. The show was winking. It was telling you plainly that ignoring evidence happens, that the official answer is not necessarily the right answer, that the direction in which evidence points depends on who is doing the pointing. An early draft of the shooting had Barney Gumble as the shooter. The writers considered this seriously. They were going to send him to prison. They abandoned it. The point is that the answer was not determined by following the clues to their logical conclusion. The clues were adjusted to fit whichever answer the writers eventually chose. The mystery was reverse engineered. In a town where every single resident had a motive, where dozens of people were carrying weapons, where the victim had just stolen the sun from the entire community. How is it possible that only one person acted? Springfield is not a town known for restraint. These people riot over trivial misunderstandings. They form mobs at the drop of a hat. A bear wanders near the town and they burn down their own government building in the resulting panic. But when Burns blocks out the sun and threatens every living thing in Springfield, exactly one person pulls a trigger. Unless the shooting was not spontaneous, unless it was planned by someone with access to Burns' schedule, knowledge of his gun, and enough influence to redirect an investigation toward a suspect who could never be convicted. The official answer is Maggie Simpson. The writers stand behind it. The DVD commentary treats it as settled history. But the contest that nobody won, the sundial that Burns himself dismissed as coincidence, the alternate endings that were fully produced, Homer's unexamined confession in season 18, and that final image of Maggie alone in an empty room reenacting something she witnessed. All of it suggests that the greatest mystery in this show's history was never solved. It was closed. And in Springfield, those are two very different things. Section 4. How is Mr. Burns still alive? Let's stay with Burns for a moment because the question of who shot him naturally leads to a deeper question. One the show has been dancing around for over 3 decades without ever giving a clean answer. How is Mr. Burns still alive? This is not a rhetorical question. Within the established canon of The Simpsons, Charles Montgomery Burns is a medical impossibility. His age has been stated, implied, and contradicted across dozens of episodes, but every version of his timeline places his birth somewhere in the late 19th century. He has referenced personal memories from before the turn of the 20th century. He has described first-hand experiences from the 1910s. He has discussed working relationships with historical figures who died before most of the show's audience was born. By the most conservative reading of the available evidence, Burns is well over 100 years old. By a more generous accounting of the show's contradictory continuity, he may be approaching 140, and he does not merely exist at that age. He functions. He runs a multi-billion-dollar corporation. He manipulates municipal and state politics with fluency. He orchestrates schemes requiring sustained cognitive effort, long-term planning, and a working understanding of modern technology, modern finance, and modern law. His body is frail. His physical strength is effectively non-existent, and the show makes that clear repeatedly. But his mind is razor-sharp. Burns is arguably the most cognitively intact character in all of Springfield, operating with a strategic ruthlessness that nobody else in town comes close to matching. He has been operating at that level for longer than any human being should be capable of sustained, conscious function. The show addresses this most directly in the Springfield Files, which we have already discussed in the context of the radiation theory. Burns undergoes a weekly medical treatment so extreme that it causes his body to emit visible light. The treatment keeps him alive for exactly 7 more days, after which he requires another dose. Without the treatment, he dies. The margin for error is 0. His life is maintained the way you maintain a complex machine, through scheduled servicing, precise timing, and the knowledge that missing a single appointment would be catastrophic. And the treatment involves radiation, of course it does. The man who owns a nuclear power plant, whose facility has been leaking radioactive material into Springfield's environment for decades, is personally dependent on controlled radiation exposure to sustain his own biological processes. Burns is not merely profiting from radiation. He is powered by it. His body has been so fundamentally altered by over a century of proximity to nuclear material that it can no longer sustain itself through normal cellular processes. He requires external radiation input the way a normal person requires food and water. Deprive him of it for a week and his system fails. This explains something the show has depicted repeatedly but never paused to examine. Burns's relationship with disease. In one of the most famous scenes in the series' history, Burns visits a doctor who delivers a remarkable assessment. Burns has every disease known to medical science, every single one, simultaneously present in his body at the same time. The doctor explains that this creates a state of perfect biological equilibrium. Each disease cancels out the others because they are all present and competing at once. He uses the phrase Three Stooges syndrome, comparing it to three people attempting to walk through the same doorway simultaneously. None of them can get through because all three are blocking each other. Burns's diseases are all trying to kill him at the same moment, and because they are all present at once, they create a gridlock that prevents any single illness from gaining dominance and ending his life. The doctor's conclusion is that Burns is the sickest man in the United States and simultaneously functionally indestructible because everything that should kill him is being blocked by everything else that should kill him. This is played for laughs. It is one of the most quoted scenes the show has ever produced. But under the radiation theory, it makes a kind of terrifying sense. Burns's body is not maintaining this equilibrium through any natural process. His weekly radiation treatments are what keeps every illness in perfect stasis. The treatments do not cure his diseases, they manage them. They hold each condition at precisely the level required to prevent any other condition from breaking free and accelerating. Remove the treatments and the equilibrium collapses. Every illness surges forward simultaneously. Burns dies not from any single disease, but from the collective catastrophic failure of a biological system that has been held in artificial suspension for over a century. His body is a reactor. His weekly treatments are the equivalent of adjusting the control rods to prevent a meltdown. Stop adjusting, and the chain reaction becomes uncontrolled. And this reframes Waylon Smithers' entire role in the show. Smithers is presented throughout The Simpsons as Burns' devoted personal assistant, a man whose entire life is organized around his employer's comfort and schedule, whose emotional dependency on Burns borders on the pathological. The show plays this largely as a source of comedy and occasional pathos. But within the framework of the immortality theory, Smithers' devotion is not purely emotional. It is logistical. It is medical necessity disguised as personal loyalty. Smithers manages Burns' schedule. Smithers ensures Burns makes every weekly appointment. Smithers monitors Burns' physical condition with a vigilance that goes well beyond anything a normal assistant would be expected to provide. The show has established clearly and on multiple occasions that if Smithers were removed from his position, if he ever left or was fired or was otherwise unavailable, Burns would be helpless in ways that extend far beyond emotional dependency. Without Smithers managing the treatment schedule, Burns misses a dose. The disease equilibrium collapses. Every illness in his body surges forward at once. And Burns dies in a way that his enormous wealth and his medical infrastructure cannot prevent, because the infrastructure requires someone competent to operate it. Smithers is not devoted to Burns out of love alone. He is devoted because he understands that his absence is a death sentence. That knowledge is the true foundation of their relationship. Burns holds power over Springfield. Smithers holds power over Burns. And Smithers, being who he is, uses that power only to ensure the appointments are kept. Burns's connections to historical events add another layer to the immortality question. The show has placed Burns at an extraordinary number of significant moments across American history. He attended Yale. He served in World War II, in a role the show describes as morally complicated at best. He stole a $1 trillion bill from the United States government during the war and concealed it for decades. He has referenced the Gilded Age not as a period he read about in history books, but as lived personal experience. He knew Howard Hughes. He has described the Spanish-American War from the perspective of someone who was present. His family wealth predates the Industrial Revolution. The Burns dynasty, as the show presents it, is one of the oldest continuously powerful lineages in American history. Not merely wealthy, the kind of wealthy that builds infrastructure and then charges everyone else to use it. The kind of wealthy that exists so far above the reach of legal accountability that the concept of consequences becomes theoretical rather than practical. Burns inherited this legacy, and has been extending it for well over a century. He did not build an empire from scratch. He maintained one that was already ancient when he took control. And here's the question the show circles without ever landing on directly. Is Burns unique in his longevity, or is it a family tradition? If the Burns dynasty has persisted for centuries, and if the current Burns has been alive for well over 100 years through artificial means, is it reasonable to assume that previous Burns patriarchs employed similar strategies? Before nuclear radiation, before modern medicine, before any of the technology that currently keeps Charles Montgomery Burns breathing, did his predecessors use other methods to extend their hold on power and their grip on life? The show does not answer this, but it does establish that the Burns family has maintained continuous control of its fortune for longer than most American institutions have existed, and that kind of continuity does not happen through ordinary generational succession. It requires either extraordinary luck across many generations or extraordinary measures applied with consistency. Burns has come close to dying more times than almost any other character in the show. He has been shot. He has been hospitalized numerous times. He has collapsed, fallen, been attacked, been abandoned in the wilderness, been poisoned. And every time he comes back. But notice the mechanism of his recovery. He does not come back the way Homer comes back from physical trauma, through some cartoon resilience that the show does not bother to explain. Burns comes back through infrastructure, through money, through the machinery of accumulated wealth that ensures there will always be someone standing by with the resources and the expertise to stabilize him, regardless of what has happened to his body. Homer's immortality, to the extent that it exists, is passive. Things happen to Homer and he survives them because the show needs him to. Burns' survival is engineered. He has spent a century building a system with the explicit purpose of keeping him alive in spite of everything that should have ended him by now. Every dollar he has spent, every institution he has corrupted, every politician he has purchased, every physician he has retained, every piece of infrastructure he has built or acquired. All of it serves at its deepest level one purpose: keep Burns alive, keep the treatments coming, keep the diseases balanced, keep the reactor running. Because if Burns dies, the empire dies, and empires do not allow themselves to die. The most unsettling dimension of the Burns immortality theory is not the idea that he might live forever. It is the realization that Springfield needs him to. The town's economy depends on the power plant. The power plant depends on Burns. Burns depends on the treatments. The treatments depend on the wealth that Burns' power generates. It is a closed loop, a self-sustaining cycle in which the man, the machine, and the money feed each other without end. Springfield cannot challenge Burns because Springfield cannot survive without Burns. The town is economically dependent on the very entity that is poisoning it. And Burns cannot die because dying would mean the system he spent a century building would finally have to answer for what it has done to the people living inside it. Burns is the oldest man in Springfield. He may be the oldest man in America. He is kept alive by weekly radiation treatments and sustained by a fortune that predates the country itself. He is protected by an assistant whose devotion is functionally indistinguishable from medical necessity. He is surrounded by a population too cognitively compromised by decades of his plant's runoff to ask why their employer glows in the dark and remembers the Spanish-American War as something he personally witnessed. He is not immortal in any mystical or supernatural sense. He is something more mundane than that and more disturbing. He is too expensive to die. He has made himself too economically central, too medically maintained, too deeply embedded in the infrastructure of a town that cannot function without him to be removed by any ordinary means. And Springfield will keep paying the bill for as long as Burns keeps the lights on, which, if his treatment schedule holds, will be forever. Section 5. The Principal and the Pauper, and Springfield's Architecture of Denial. In 1997, The Simpsons aired an episode that fans have spent nearly 3 decades calling one of the worst in the show's history. An episode that the voice actor for the character at its center publicly objected to. An episode that critics cited as the moment the show's writers stopped caring about their own continuity. An episode that is consistently ranked among the absolute lowest points of the entire series by fan polls and critical assessments alike. And I want to make the case tonight that it is actually the most important episode The Simpsons has ever produced, because it is the only episode that shows you clearly and without metaphor exactly how Springfield works. Season 9, Episode 2, The Principal and the Pauper. This aired on September 28, 1997. Here is what happens in it. Springfield Elementary holds a celebration honoring Principal Seymour Skinner's 20 years of service to the school. During the event, a stranger walks in, a man nobody recognizes. He introduces himself as Sergeant Seymour Skinner. The real Seymour Skinner, a decorated Vietnam War veteran who was captured as a prisoner of war in Southeast Asia, presumed dead, and had finally escaped and come home. He came home to find someone else living his life. The man Springfield has known as Principal Skinner for 2 decades is revealed to be an imposter. His real name is Armin Tamzarian. Before Vietnam, Tamzarian was a petty criminal with no meaningful future and no stable identity. He was drafted into the army and served in the same unit as the real Skinner. When Skinner was captured and presumed dead, Tamzarian felt the weight of guilt for it. Survivor's guilt, the kind that reshapes a person. He traveled to Springfield to deliver the news of Skinner's death to his mother, Agnes. But when he arrived, Agnes assumed he was her son. She needed him to be her son. And Tamzarian, who had never been wanted or needed by anyone, who had never had a family or an identity worth holding on to, simply went along with it. He became Seymour Skinner. He took the name, the rank, the history, the mother. And he lived inside that stolen life for 20 years until the real Skinner walked through the door and the whole structure collapsed. Now comes the part that made fans furious and that I am arguing is the show's single most honest moment. Springfield holds a community meeting. The real Seymour Skinner is present. Armin Tamzarian is present. The truth is fully known to everyone in the room. And the town does not deliberate over how to pursue justice or restore the legitimate identity. They vote on whether to acknowledge the truth at all. The verdict is unanimous. They choose to keep the lie. Judge Snyder issues a legal decree that the imposter is and shall henceforth be recognized as the real Skinner. The actual Seymour Skinner, the genuine war veteran whose identity was stolen while he was a prisoner of war, is tied to a railroad car and physically removed from Springfield. And the judge makes it explicitly illegal, under penalty of physical punishment, to ever mention what actually happened, to ever speak the truth, to ever acknowledge, in any context, that the man standing in front of the students every day at Springfield Elementary is not who he claims to be. A town looked truth directly in the face and made truth a crime. Fans hated this. The backlash was immediate and it has never fully faded. The criticism was that the episode destroyed a character by revealing that everything we knew about him was founded on fiction. His military service, fake. His relationship with his mother built on deceit. His entire history with Bart, with the school, with Springfield, constructed on a stolen identity. The episode was called Lazy Writing, a betrayal of audience trust, evidence that the writers no longer cared about the world they had built. But here is what none of that criticism acknowledges. The episode is completely honest about what Springfield has always been. It does not introduce a new kind of behavior to this town. It shows you the mechanism of something that has been happening in Springfield for 36 years, and it shows it to you clearly and completely for the first and only time. Because Springfield has always operated this way. The town has always chosen the comfortable fiction over the uncomfortable fact. The town has always found a way to collectively agree to forget whatever disrupts the preferred narrative. The only difference in The Principal and the Pauper is that the show lets you watch it happen in real time. It showed you the vote. It showed you the legal decree. It showed you the moment of collective agreement, the moment a community decided that the truth had to be expelled before it could do any damage. Every other time Springfield forgets a catastrophe or resets to normal after something that should have permanently changed the town's reality, it happens off-screen. Between episodes, the audience is simply presented with a Springfield that has returned to its baseline state, and we accept it because that is how episodic television works. The Principal and the Pauper is the one episode that lets you watch the reset mechanism in real time. Consider how many events should have permanently altered Springfield's reality. The town has been physically destroyed and rebuilt. It has been sealed under a dome by the federal government. It has survived nuclear near misses and environmental catastrophes that the EPA characterized as grounds for complete quarantine. It has experienced events that, in any version of a consistent world, would be defining moments of communal history. And every single time by the following week, everything is back to normal. Nobody references what happened. The slate is clean. The coma theory calls this a dreaming brain resetting between cycles. The radiation theory calls it the consequence of chronic neurological damage. But the Principal and the Pauper offers a fourth explanation that might be the most chilling of all. Springfield resets because the town chooses to reset, deliberately, collectively, through an unspoken social contract that every resident maintains, the terms of which are, we do not acknowledge what happened, we maintain the agreed-upon version of events, and anyone who breaks this contract will be removed from the community. That is not a cartoon storytelling device. That is how real communities manage uncomfortable truths. Small towns in particular have a documented capacity for collective denial. Scandals are buried. Crimes get forgotten through consensus. Uncomfortable realities are quietly rewritten until the official version is the only version that anyone still in good standing in the community is allowed to remember. The people who insist on the truth get isolated, marginalized, pushed out. Because a community that cannot maintain its agreed-upon reality cannot hold itself together. The Principal and the Pauper did not break the Simpsons. It diagnosed Springfield. It showed you that the town's amnesia between episodes is not a production convenience. It is a feature, not a flaw. It is a defense mechanism deployed by a population that understands, on some level below conscious articulation, that it cannot afford to confront the reality of what Springfield actually is. Because confronting it would require a cascade of acknowledgments that would unravel the entire social structure. If Springfield acknowledged the dome, they would have to acknowledge the pollution that caused it. If they acknowledged the pollution, they would have to confront the power plant. If they confronted the power plant, they would have to challenge Burns. If they challenged Burns, the economic structure of the entire town collapses, because Burns is the economy. If the economy collapses, Springfield ceases to function as a place where people can live. So they forget. They vote to forget. They make it illegal to remember. And the rare individual who insists on the truth, who shows up with genuine evidence and refuses to go away, gets tied to a train and sent somewhere else. The real Seymour Skinner was Springfield's canary in the coal mine. He arrived with proof that the official story was false, and the town's response was not gratitude or justice. The town's response was to criminalize the proof and exile the person holding it. Think about every other moment in the show's history where this same mechanism has operated. Think about every government inspector who noted violations at the plant and then disappeared from the storyline. Think about every federal investigation that got dropped. Think about every piece of evidence, the three-eyed fish, the glowing resident, the dome itself, that the town absorbed and then collectively decided not to pursue. In every case, the mechanism is the same. The truth arrives. The community examines it briefly, and then the community makes a decision, sometimes explicitly and sometimes through the passive consensus of simply not discussing it further, to maintain the preferred version of reality. And if the coma theory is true, this episode takes on an even darker dimension. If everything since season 4 is Homer's dream, then Homer's unconscious mind invented a scenario in which an entire community votes to sustain a fiction because that is what Homer himself needs to believe. He needs to believe that lies can be maintained forever. He needs to believe that a stolen identity can become genuinely real through sufficient collective agreement. He needs to believe that the false version of a life can replace the true one so completely that nobody will ever successfully challenge it. Because that is exactly what Homer's coma is. A false life replacing the real one. A dream insisting on itself as reality. And as long as Springfield keeps voting to maintain the fiction, Homer never has to wake up and face the truth of what is actually happening in that hospital room. The Principal and the Pauper is the most important episode of The Simpsons because it is the only one that shows you the machinery. The infrastructure that makes every other reset possible, the social technology that allows a town full of people showing visible signs of mutation to agree that they are normal, that allows a man in a hospital bed to continue dreaming that he is at home, that allows a billionaire who has been alive for over a century to remain in power without anyone demanding an accounting. Armin Tamzarian is still pretending to be Seymour Skinner. Springfield is still pretending everything is fine. And the real Seymour Skinner is out there somewhere, tied to a railroad car, exiled from his own life. The last honest man in a town that made honesty a punishable offense. Section 6. Maggie Simpson and the most dangerous mind in Springfield. Maggie Simpson does not talk. She does not walk with any real reliability. She communicates primarily through pacifier sounds and the occasional pointed stare. She is 1 year old and has been 1 year old for 36 years. She requires other people to carry her from place to place. She cannot articulate a sentence. She has not developed language in any meaningful way across the entire run of the show. And in that time, without saying a word, she has accomplished more than every other member of her family put together. She shot a billionaire. She led a daycare uprising against a tyrannical caretaker. She has saved her family's lives on multiple occasions through quick thinking and decisive action. She has demonstrated problem-solving abilities that would be impressive in a trained adult. She was formally tested for intelligence, and the results in various episodes register as off the charts in a way that testing instruments cannot properly measure. She has done all of this while maintaining an absolutely impenetrable disguise. She looks exactly like a helpless baby. Let's start with the shooting, because it is the act that defines her in public consciousness, even though it is actually the least interesting thing about her. We have already examined the full complexity of that mystery. But whatever the truth is about whether Maggie pulled the trigger intentionally, whether she is the real shooter or the perfect fall guy, the aftermath is what matters for understanding who she is. A baby was identified as the person who shot the richest and most powerful man in town. The police investigated. The evidence was weighed. And the conclusion was that yes, this infant committed an act of violence, and there is nothing to be done about it. Chief Wiggum says it himself. No jury in the world would convict a baby. But look at the final image of that episode. Everyone has left the room. Maggie is alone. She looks around carefully and with clear deliberation, confirming that nobody is watching her. Then she moves her pacifier in a motion that mimics pulling a trigger. That sequence of actions requires specific cognitive capacities. It requires situational awareness, the understanding that the behavior she is about to perform would be significant if witnessed. It requires memory, the ability to replay and reference a specific earlier event. It requires caution, the impulse control to wait until the environment is safe before performing the gesture. It requires a theory of mind, the ability to understand that other people have perspectives different from her own, and that those perspectives could be dangerous to her. Those are not traits associated with infants in any developmental stage. Those are traits associated with someone who understands precisely what they have done, understands that this understanding should not be visible to others, and has the cognitive control to act accordingly. Maggie is not demonstrating a reflex. She is demonstrating strategy. Now look at The Longest Daycare, a theatrical short film that the show released in 2012 and that was nominated for an Academy Award. 7 minutes of Maggie Simpson operating at a level of intelligence that would be extraordinary in a trained adult professional, let alone in a child who has not yet developed the motor skills to walk without falling. The setup is simple. Maggie is dropped at a daycare facility run with strict, almost military efficiency. Inside, she encounters a caterpillar on the verge of becoming a butterfly. She wants to protect it. A bully named Gerald wants to destroy it. What follows is a miniature action film in which Maggie systematically outmaneuvers the bully, the staff, and the facility's security infrastructure to protect the caterpillar and release it outside. She does all of this without speaking a single word, without being able to ask for help, explain her plan, or coordinate with anyone. She does it through observation, environmental analysis, improvised planning, and adaptive decision-making. The kind of responsive, on-the-fly problem-solving that most adults struggle with even in low-stakes situations. She reads the physical environment and identifies the structural possibilities within it. She recognizes threats before they materialize and positions herself accordingly. She develops multi-step plans that require precise timing, accurate spatial reasoning, and the ability to predict how other people will respond to specific stimuli. She executes those plans under pressure, adapts when they do not work exactly as intended, and finds alternative paths to her goal without losing the thread of her larger purpose. Her body, limited to the motor capabilities of a 1-year-old, cannot keep up with her mind. She falls, she stumbles, she crawls when running would be faster, but her decisions are consistently correct. Every strategic choice she makes is the right one. Every adaptation she makes is effective. She is operating at a cognitive level that her physical development cannot support, and she succeeds anyway because her intelligence compensates for every physical limitation her body imposes. The show has tested Maggie directly on multiple occasions. The results are not consistent between episodes. The show's floating continuity means the specific numbers vary, but the pattern is unmistakable. Maggie consistently registers as possessing intelligence that should not be possible in a child her age. The family notices briefly and then returns to dealing with whatever crisis Homer has generated, and Maggie goes back to being the quiet baby in the corner. And this is the key: quiet. Maggie's defining characteristic is not her intelligence, it is her silence. Her first word, voiced by Elizabeth Taylor in what amounted to a cameo appearance, was "Daddy." It happened once and was never repeated. Maggie has maintained her silence across 36 years of television. She is surrounded by some of the most verbally relentless people imaginable. Homer, who never stops talking. Marge, who processes everything out loud. Bart, who never stops provoking and narrating his own mischief. Lisa, who lectures and argues and advocates and explains at every opportunity. The Simpson household is a constant wall of noise. And in the center of it, Maggie sits in silence, watching, listening, absorbing everything. The theory is that this silence is not developmental delay. It is a conscious strategic decision made by a mind sophisticated enough to recognize the value of not being seen clearly. Look at what happens to the intelligent women in this family. Lisa Simpson is brilliant. She is gifted in a way that the show acknowledges repeatedly. She has an IQ that dwarfs everyone in her household and most of the adults in Springfield. She has spent her entire life on this show fighting to be heard, fighting for recognition, fighting against the cultural inertia of a community that does not value what she values, fighting against dismissal and mockery and the weight of being the smartest person in a room that rewards stupidity. And what has that visible intelligence gotten her? Isolation. A reputation for being difficult. A family that loves her but genuinely cannot follow her most of the time. A community that finds her exhausting. Lisa speaks up and gets ignored. Lisa challenges authority and gets punished for it. Lisa tries to improve Springfield and gets crushed by the combined weight of everyone who prefers Springfield exactly as it is. Lisa's intelligence is her greatest gift and the source of her greatest suffering because she deploys it visibly. She announces herself as the sharpest person in the room, and the room responds consistently by making sure she understands how little that matters here. Maggie watched this happen from the beginning. She was there in her high chair or her crib, while Lisa fought every day for recognition and received nothing but resistance. She watched her older sister exhaust herself against the indifference of a household and a community that had decided what it valued and had no intention of reconsidering. And Maggie drew a different conclusion than Lisa drew. Lisa's conclusion was, keep fighting regardless of the cost, because the fight is the point and the truth matters more than the comfort of being accepted. A noble position, an exhausting one. Maggie's conclusion was the opposite. Silence is power. Invisibility is armor. The less they see you clearly, the more you can actually accomplish. Every remarkable thing Maggie has done in 36 years of television has happened below the radar. The investigation into Burns's shooting focused on every other possible suspect first, because who thinks to look at the baby? The daycare rebellion succeeded because nobody monitors infants closely enough to see them organizing against the system. Every heroic act, every display of intelligence, every moment of decisive intervention, all of it happened in the spaces where nobody was looking, because Maggie made sure nobody was looking by maintaining the most effective disguise available to her, being exactly what everyone already expected a baby to be: quiet, passive, dependent, small. She is none of those things, but as long as everyone believes she is, she can operate with a freedom that no other character in the show possesses. Homer is watched by Burns. Lisa is watched by everyone who finds her threatening. Bart is watched by authority figures waiting for the next disaster. Marge is watched by a family that depends on her to hold everything together. Nobody watches the baby. Now connect Maggie's story to the radiation theory, because the connection is unusually clean and unusually dark. If Springfield's contaminated environment creates mutations, and if those mutations affect each person differently based on biology, genetics, and individual exposure, then Homer and Maggie may represent two opposite poles of what radiation does to cognitive function in the Simpson family. Homer's mutation, compounded by the crayon and decades of occupational exposure at the plant, reduced his intelligence to a clinical level. It took whatever capacity he had and diminished it systematically. Maggie's mutation, by contrast, appears to have amplified her cognitive capacity to a level that the show cannot quite measure. Same family, same house, same water and air. But where the radiation took something from the father, it gave something extraordinary to the youngest daughter. Homer and Maggie are the two ends of a spectrum defined by the same environmental cause. And if the coma theory is true, Maggie's genius takes on a quality that is almost unbearable to sit with. If Homer is dreaming, if every episode since April 1993 is the product of an unconscious mind trying to sustain the world it loves, then Maggie's extraordinary intelligence is Homer's deepest wish for his youngest child, projected into the dream because he cannot witness her actual development. He cannot watch her grow. He cannot hear her first real sentences. He cannot see what kind of person she becomes. He is missing all of it. So, in the dream, he makes her capable of anything. He gives her an intelligence that transcends her developmental stage, that makes her able to handle the world without him there to protect her. He gives her a secret power that nobody can see, so that even in a Springfield full of dangers and corruptions and systems designed to grind people down, she will be okay. Her genius in this reading is not a mutation. It is a prayer. The prayer of a father who cannot be present for his daughter's life and needs to believe, somewhere beneath the surface of unconsciousness, that she will be fine without him. But in the waking version of Springfield, if there is still a waking version of Springfield, there is another reading, a cooler and more strategic one. Maggie does not speak because she has concluded that speaking gets you nothing in this town. She does not reveal her intelligence because intelligence is punished here. She watches everything, she catalogs everything, she understands everything, and she waits. For what? The show has never told us. Maggie's endgame is the last genuinely unsolved mystery in the Simpson family. She is the only character whose future remains completely unknown, whose full capabilities have never been tested or revealed, whose plan, if she has one, has not been articulated in any form. But we have seen glimpses. We have seen her shoot a man. We have seen her command a room full of infants. We have seen her confirm facts and make judgments with a single nod that the adult members of her family accept without question, as though they already know on some instinctive level that her assessment is the most reliable one in the room. We have seen her solve problems that stopped adults cold. Maggie Simpson is 1 year old. She cannot walk without assistance. She cannot speak beyond a few sounds. She has never explained herself to anyone and appears to have no intention of starting. And she is the most capable person on Evergreen Terrace. She has just decided that nobody needs to know that yet. And behind the pacifier, behind 36 years of deliberate and chosen silence, something is thinking. Something is watching. Something has been watching all along. The family, the town, the system, the cracked cooling towers and the glowing billionaire, and the school that keeps losing its funding, and the neighbor who forgives everything and the sister who fights so hard for so little. Maggie has seen all of it. She has processed all of it. And when she finally decides what to do with everything she has observed and absorbed and quietly cataloged across 3.5 decades of paying attention, while everyone else was busy being loud, Springfield will not see it coming. Nobody will, because that is exactly how she designed it. Section 7. The Predictions Phenomenon. Now let's talk about the thing that has made The Simpsons more culturally prominent in the 2020s than it was during what most people consider its golden age. The predictions. The idea that a cartoon sitcom from 1989 has been accurately forecasting world events for over 30 years with a regularity and specificity that feels impossible to attribute to pure coincidence. And the truth behind this phenomenon is more interesting than any conspiracy theory about time travel or prophetic screenwriters. Let's get the famous ones on the table first. In the year 2000, the episode Bart to the Future depicted a future in which Lisa Simpson serves as the first female president of the United States. In that episode, Lisa's predecessor in the Oval Office is identified as Donald Trump. The episode aired 16 years before Trump won the 2016 election. 16 years. The show depicted a Trump presidency as a dark satirical joke about the absurd direction American celebrity culture and politics were heading. And then America headed exactly in that direction. The internet's response was immediate and sustained. Screenshots from the episode circulated everywhere. The phrase, "The Simpsons predicted it," became a cultural shorthand that transcended the show's actual fan base and entered mainstream consciousness. People who had not watched The Simpsons in 2 decades were suddenly forwarding clips and asking how they could have known. That is just the headline prediction. The list extends in every direction. In 1995, the show depicted a device worn on the wrist that looks remarkably similar to what we now call a smartwatch. In 1994, Homer travels to space alongside Buzz Aldrin, decades before commercial space tourism became a real industry with real paying passengers. In 1998, Homer scrawls a mathematical equation on a chalkboard that appears to describe the mass of the Higgs boson particle, which would not be experimentally confirmed until 2012. In 1999, Homer proposes a theory about the shape of the universe involving a donut topology, and years later cosmologists found radiation pattern data suggesting the universe may have a toroidal shape consistent with that idea. In 1993, an episode called Marge in Chains depicted a flu virus originating in Asia that spreads to Springfield, causing mass panic, supply shortages, and a frantic search for a cure. The episode aired 27 years before COVID-19. And in that same episode, the panicking townspeople accidentally release a swarm of killer bees, which felt darkly prophetic when Asian giant hornets, which the American media immediately branded murder hornets, arrived in the United States during the actual 2020 pandemic. In 1996, an episode called Homer Palooza included a joke about the hip-hop group Cypress Hill accidentally booking the London Symphony Orchestra. That specific collaboration actually happened in 2024, when Cypress Hill performed with the London Symphony Orchestra at the Royal Albert Hall. 28 years between the joke and the reality. In 1998, the show depicted a corporate merger between Disney and 20th Century Fox. That merger actually happened in 2019. Across multiple episodes throughout the series, the show depicted video calling technology, autocorrect failures in text communication, widespread surveillance culture, and other features of modern technological life, years before any of these were normal parts of everyday experience. Every time a new apparent prediction surfaces, the same questions get asked. Are the writers time travelers? Is there a conspiracy? Is The Simpsons a prophetic text operating inside a cartoon format? The people who actually make the show have a much simpler explanation, and they have offered it directly. Al Jean, executive producer across much of the show's run, has addressed the prediction phenomenon in interviews. His explanation is characteristically direct. If you throw enough darts, some of them are going to hit the bullseye. That is his answer. The show has produced nearly 800 episodes across 36 years. Each episode contains dozens of jokes, references, satirical observations, and cultural extrapolations. When you generate that volume of content over that duration, some of it will align with future events through the mathematics of probability alone. Producer Bill Oakley, who ran the show during some of its most acclaimed seasons, put it even more plainly. There are very few cases where The Simpsons actually predicted something. It is mainly coincidence because the episodes are so old now that history tends to repeat itself. The show explores so many themes that some of them inevitably rhyme with events that come later. Fact-checking organizations have systematically examined the most widely circulated prediction claims and found that the majority of them have straightforward explanations. The show did not predict Trump's presidency. The writers observed that Trump had been publicly flirting with political ambitions since the 1980s, saw where celebrity culture was heading, and wrote a joke about the logical extreme of that trajectory. They did not predict the Disney-Fox merger. They observed that media consolidation was accelerating and wrote a gag about a mega-corporation consuming everything in its path. They did not predict smartwatches. They looked at the direction of miniaturization technology and imagined what a wrist-mounted computing device might eventually look like. The Simpsons writing staff has historically included some of the most formally educated writers in American television. Multiple staff members hold degrees from Harvard, Yale, and other institutions with strong mathematics and science programs. Many have backgrounds not just in comedy writing, but in fields like physics, medicine, computer science, and political theory. These are not people guessing randomly. They are intelligent, broadly educated observers of American culture and the trajectory of American technology, and they spend their professional lives taking current trends and pushing them forward to their absurd but logically consistent conclusions. This is not prediction. This is analysis. The difference between a good satirist and a prophet is that the satirist sees where things are going and jokes about it, while the prophet sees where things are going and claims divine authority. The Simpsons writers are satirists, very, very good ones. But, and this is the part that keeps the conversation alive long after the debunking, the statistical explanation does not account for everything. Some of the specific details in the apparent predictions are precise enough that coincidence plus volume starts to feel like it is doing too much work. The Trump prediction did not merely anticipate that a celebrity might seek the presidency. It specified Trump by name and included a visual sequence of him descending an escalator to make his announcement that mirrors almost exactly how Trump's actual 2016 campaign launch looked. That is a level of specific visual detail that goes beyond trend extrapolation. The Siegfried and Roy episode did not merely joke about exotic animal performances being dangerous in a general way. It depicted specifically a white tiger attacking one of the performers, which is very close to what happened in 2003 when Roy Horn was severely injured by one of the act's white tigers. These are not vague thematic rhymes. These are specific details aligning with specific future events in ways that make you want a better explanation than probability alone. This is where the most interesting theory about the predictions enters the conversation. The one that does not require any supernatural mechanism and is in some ways more unsettling than any conspiracy theory could be. The Simpsons does not predict the future. The Simpsons shapes the future, not through prophecy, through cultural influence. The show is one of the most watched, most quoted, most widely distributed, and most deeply embedded pieces of American media ever created. It has been running continuously for longer than most of its current audience has been alive. Its jokes and observations have become part of the American cultural vocabulary in a way that transcends the show itself. When The Simpsons makes a joke about Trump becoming president, that joke enters the cultural bloodstream. Millions of people see it, it circulates, it gets quoted, it becomes a reference point that people return to when they see Trump on the news. The joke does not predict what is going to happen. The joke makes what is going to happen feel familiar before it does. It primes the cultural imagination. It takes an idea that might have felt implausible, a celebrity real estate developer and television personality becoming president of the United States, and makes it feel like an inevitable punchline, like something that was always going to happen because The Simpsons already told us it would. When reality catches up to the joke, the audience does not experience it as a shock. They experience it as recognition. They have seen this before. The Simpsons already did this. And that sense of recognition, of having been culturally prepared for an outcome, feels to the person experiencing it like prophecy. Like someone knew. Like the show was telling us something. But what was actually happening is that a piece of enormously influential media was normalizing a trajectory that was already in motion. The Simpsons did not predict Disney buying Fox. The show made media consolidation feel inevitable by treating it as obvious satirical material, as something already so clearly happening that it was worth satirizing. When the merger actually occurred, the cultural response was not shock. It was something closer to an exhausted recognition. Of course they did. The Simpsons already told us this was where it was going. The show's satire does not forecast the future. It normalizes the future by making it available to the imagination before it arrives. And when it arrives, confirmation bias does the rest. Because here is the crucial piece. The Simpsons has also made thousands of jokes that have not come true. Jokes about jetpacks and moon colonies. Jokes about political outcomes that went in entirely different directions. Jokes about cultural shifts that never materialized. Nobody archives those. Nobody shares screenshots of The Simpsons' prediction that did not pan out. Nobody builds theories around the 800 episodes worth of satirical observations that turned out to be wrong. Confirmation bias operates in one direction. We remember the hits and genuinely forget the misses. When you produce 36 years of satirical content about American culture, and then filter all of it through the most powerful confirmation bias engine ever built, which is the internet and specifically social media, you end up with a highlight reel that looks indistinguishable from genuine prophecy. The predictions are not supernatural. They are the natural result of an unusually talented and unusually well-educated group of writers working for an unusually long time on an unusually influential show, producing more satirical content about the direction of American life than any other creative team in television history, and then having that content selectively remembered by an audience that only notices the moments when the satire and the reality happen to converge. But try explaining that the next time a clip from 1997 lines up with a headline from next week. Because here's the final layer, the one that makes this genuinely interesting. Beyond the debunking. Even knowing how the trick works, even understanding the mechanism completely, it is still impressive to watch. 800 episodes, 36 years, thousands of satirical observations about where America was going, and enough accurate ones to make even the show's own creators in occasional interviews pause and admit that sometimes they look back at something they wrote 20 years ago and feel a little unsettled by how close it came. Springfield is not predicting America. Springfield is describing America. The show held up a mirror for 36 years, and we have stared into it long enough that we have started to resemble what we see there. The nuclear power plant, the corrupt billionaire, the incompetent bureaucracy, the population too distracted and too economically precarious to organize around what is actually being done to them. The endless cycle of catastrophe and collective forgetting. Springfield did not forecast where America was going. It documented where America already was. The writers just had the clarity to see it first. Section 8. Mona Simpson and the Three-Generation Conspiracy. For the first 6 seasons of The Simpsons, Homer's mother was dead. That was the established fact of the show's world. Abe Simpson had told Homer that his mother died when he was young. There was a grave. Homer had mourned. He had grown up knowing himself as a boy whose mother was gone, and whose father was too emotionally closed off and too lost in his own damaged past to fill the space she left. That loss shaped Homer more completely than almost anything else in his biography. His desperate need to be loved, the clinginess that expresses itself as constant emotional grabbing, the terror of abandonment that lives just beneath every relationship he has, the willingness to absorb humiliation and degradation from Burns rather than risk losing the one stable structure in his life. All of it traces back to a boy who lost his mother and spent the next 30 years believing it was simply the way things were. Homer Simpson's personality is largely a coping mechanism built around maternal grief. And in Season 7, the show revealed that the grief was founded on a lie. The episode is called Mother Simpson. It aired in November 1995. It is widely regarded as one of the finest episodes in the show's entire run, and it begins in the most unassuming way possible. Homer fakes his own death to get out of a work commitment. He pushes a dummy off a cliff near the power plant. The town believes he is dead. When Marge eventually insists he go to the Hall of Records to correct the error, Homer finds something in the municipal files that changes everything. According to the official records, his mother is alive. She never died. The grave Abe showed him was not hers. It belonged to Walt Whitman, the poet. Abe Simpson had been pointing at a famous writer's headstone and telling his son it was his mother's burial site for Homer's entire life. Homer finds Mona at a cemetery, visiting what she believes is her son's grave. She does not recognize him at first. He has become someone different from the child she left. But when Homer proves who he is, their reunion is one of the most genuinely affecting scenes the show has ever produced. A grown man and his mother, separated for 27 years, finding each other beside a headstone that belongs to neither of them. And then Mona tells him the truth about why she left. She did not leave because she stopped loving him. She left because staying would have put Homer and Abe in direct danger. Because the man Homer would spend his entire adult life working for, without ever knowing the connection, had destroyed her life and forced her underground. The story goes back to 1969. Mona Simpson was a housewife. She was married to Abe. She had a young son named Homer. The world outside was burning through the civil rights movement, the Vietnam War, the counterculture, the political upheavals that defined that decade. And then Mona changed. She found a cause. She was radicalized, and the show is careful to establish that her cause was genuinely legitimate. She joined a group of activists who had targeted a specific facility. Not just any facility. A biological weapons laboratory owned by Mr. Burns. Let that settle for a moment. Burns did not just own a nuclear power plant with 342 safety violations. He owned a facility designed to develop and produce biological weapons. Weapons-grade pathogens, synthesized in a laboratory in the same community where Homer Simpson was growing up, where children were playing, where families were going about their lives in complete ignorance of what was being manufactured a few miles away. Mona and her group broke in. They detonated what the show describes as an antibiotic bomb, destroying the biological agent stored inside the facility. In the chaos of the raid, they accidentally cured the asthma of the security guard at the facility, a man who would later become Clancy Wiggum, Springfield's chief of police. The raid was successful. The weapons were destroyed, but Mona made one mistake. As the group fled, she stopped to help someone who had fallen in the confusion. And the person she stopped to help was Burns himself. She stopped to help the man whose weapons she had just destroyed. Burns saw her face. He remembered it. He reported her identity to the FBI. And from that moment, Mona Simpson was a fugitive. She could not go home. She could not contact her family. She could not hold her son or explain to him why she was leaving. She kissed Homer goodbye while he was sleeping, and she disappeared into the night. Homer woke up and his mother was gone. Abe told him she was dead, and Homer spent the next 3 decades of his life carrying the weight of that absence, constructing his entire personality around the fact of it, believing on the deepest possible level that he was a boy whose mother had chosen to leave him permanently. He never knew she was alive. He never knew why she left. He never knew that the man who signed his paychecks was the same man who had taken his mother away. Now trace the conspiracy forward, because this is where it becomes something more than a single sad family story. When Mona returns to Springfield in Season 7, Burns recognizes her almost immediately. He spots her through a cab window and contacts the authorities. The FBI arrives at the Simpson house. Mona has to flee again. Homer has to say goodbye to his mother for the second time in his life. this time knowing exactly what is happening and why. And this time, he knows who is responsible. The man who stole his mother when he was a child is his employer. The person who forced his family apart and condemned him to 30 years of unresolved grief is the same person Homer has been handing his labor to every day. The man whose name Homer could never quite get Burns to remember is the man who destroyed the single most important relationship of Homer's formative life. Homer does not connect these dots in any sustained or actionable way. He does not confront Burns. He does not quit the plant. He does not even seem to fully process the connection between the employer who cannot remember his name and the person who stole his childhood. Homer's inability to make this connection is not played as a joke in the way most of his cognitive failures are. It is played as tragedy, because Homer is not capable of holding this kind of complex relational analysis together in his damaged mind long enough to act on it. And here the conspiracy becomes something structural. Burns did not just harm Mona. He engineered Homer. By driving Mona away when Homer was a child, he ensured that Homer would grow up emotionally fractured in specific and useful ways. He would be desperate for approval in a way that made him compliant. He would be terrified of abandonment in a way that made him stay. He would be grateful for any crumb of stability, any job, any paycheck, any context where he was at least nominally wanted, in a way that made him manageable. Homer works at the power plant not because he is too unintelligent to find better employment. Homer works at the power plant because Burns broke him before he was old enough to understand what was happening. The show confirms this with another layer of the conspiracy. In a later season, it is revealed that Burns once committed a crime that Grandpa Simpson discovered. In exchange for Abe's silence, Burns struck a deal. Homer would have a job at the plant for as long as he wanted one. No matter how many violations he caused, no matter how many times he should have been terminated, no matter what he did or failed to do, his employment would be protected. 742 documented workplace errors. Homer was never permanently dismissed because a secret agreement between his father and his mother's persecutor, brokered in the same silence that covered up Mona's disappearance, protected him. Homer's job security at the nuclear plant was not a cartoon convenience to explain his continued employment across hundreds of episodes. It was a contractual arrangement between Abe Simpson and Charles Montgomery Burns. Abe made a deal with the man who destroyed his family to protect the son he could not explain the truth to. Because explaining the truth would have meant explaining everything else. 3 generations of Simpsons, all damaged by the same man's grudge. Mona, who fought back and lost everything, who spent 30 years as a fugitive for the crime of stopping biological weapons development in her hometown. Abe, who made the devil's bargain and spent the rest of his life maintaining a lie that kept his son safe at the cost of his son knowing who he really was. And Homer, who inherited all of it, the damage, the absence, the confusion, the cognitive erosion that made him incapable of seeing the architecture of his own suffering, and spent his adult life working for the man at the center of it. Burns did not merely take Homer's mother. He took Homer's potential. He took the version of Homer that might have existed if Mona had stayed. If the boy had grown up with both parents. If the foundation of his early life had been secure rather than shattered. The show demonstrated this possibility directly in the crayon episode. When the crayon is removed and Homer's IQ rises to its unrestricted level, he is articulate, capable, emotionally present, genuinely able to understand and engage with the world around him. That is the Homer that was always in there. The Homer that existed before the crayon was pushed into place, before the radiation exposure accumulated year by year at the plant, before the developmental damage from an emotionally destabilized childhood compounded everything else. And Homer chose to put the crayon back because being intelligent in Springfield was unbearable. But the choice was always compromised. Homer was never meant to be intelligent in Springfield. The system that Burns built and maintained and enforced for decades ensured that Homer would remain small enough, compliant enough, damaged enough to keep showing up in Sector 7G every morning without asking the questions that might cost Burns something. Mona Simpson died in a later season. Her death scene is one of the show's most quietly devastating moments. Homer is with her. He holds her hand. He watches the mother he barely knew slip away for the last time. No cutaway, no reset, no punchline. Just a man and his mother and 27 years of stolen time pressing down on both of them. The Simpsons has always been a comedy. It will tell you it is a comedy. It will return you to the couch gag in the opening credits and Homer backing the car out of the garage and everything being fundamentally fine. But underneath the jokes, underneath 36 seasons of Homer falling down and getting back up, there is this story. A family destroyed by one man's power and one town's refusal to resist it. A mother who fought and lost everything. A father who made a deal with the enemy and called it protection. A son who never understood why his life felt so heavy and never had the cognitive capacity to trace it back to its source. And Burns, who won. Burns always wins. Because in Springfield, the man with the money writes the rules, and the rules say Homer Simpson will report to the power plant for as long as his body allows it. He was broken before he ever clocked in. Burns made sure of that when Homer was 6 years old and his mother's footsteps grew faint in the night. Section 9. Where is Springfield? This is the mystery that should be the simplest and turns out to be the strangest. Where is Springfield? Not which state it is in. That question has been asked and deflected so many times across so many years that the asking itself has become a kind of running joke. The real question goes deeper than geography. The real question is why the show has spent 36 years making it structurally impossible to answer, and what that impossibility means when you look at it through the frameworks we have been building all night. Springfield is the most famous fictional American town in the history of American media. More people could identify Springfield than could name the capital city of half the states in the actual country. It has a nuclear power plant, a tire fire, a gorge, a harbor, a monorail, an elementary school, 2 hospitals, a prison, and a quickie mart. It has mountains, it has oceanfront property, it has desert, it has farmland. It has dense urban blocks and quiet suburban streets and deep wilderness all within a plausible drive of the same town center. It borders, depending on which episode you are watching, Ohio, Nevada, Maine, and Kentucky. It is located on the coast and also in the heartland, and also near the Canadian border, and also near Mexico. Its climate encompasses blizzards and tropical heat waves across the span of a single season. A state abbreviation shown in one episode is NT, which does not correspond to any actual American state. Springfield does not exist in any single state. Springfield exists in all of them simultaneously. This is not accidental. The show has been deliberately generating geographic contradictions for its entire run. Every time a detail appears that seems to narrow down the possibilities, another detail surfaces in a different episode that rules out what the previous detail suggested. The show has been playing an active, sustained game of geographic misdirection with its audience for 3.5 decades. Matt Groening, the show's creator, apparently resolved this mystery in a 2012 interview with Smithsonian Magazine. He said he named the town Springfield because it is one of the most common city names in America and because he grew up near Springfield, Oregon. The implication was that Springfield, Oregon, was the original inspiration. For approximately 48 hours, the mystery appeared to be solved. Then the show continued producing episodes that place Springfield in geographic contexts completely inconsistent with Oregon. The writers did not honor Groening's revelation. The contradictions kept coming. The mystery stayed alive. Because as it turned out, the mystery was never something the show intended to resolve. It was the point. The surface-level explanation is the one the creators have confirmed directly. Springfield is designed to be geographically universal. A town that could be anywhere is a town that resonates with everyone. You grew up somewhere. That somewhere had a nuclear power plant on the edge of town, or a Walmart that ate the local economy, or a local billionaire whose company was the largest employer in the region, or a school that kept losing funding while the sports complex got a renovation. The specific geography does not matter because the social geography is everywhere. Springfield is every town. That is the intentional design. But under the theories we have been building all night, Springfield's impossible geography takes on a different character. If the radiation theory is true, If the contamination from the power plant has mutated the biology of everyone living in Springfield, why should geography be exempt from the distortion? The radiation has already altered what bodies look like. It has changed how memory works. It has slowed the aging process to near stasis. If the contamination can do all of that, what prevents it from affecting the physical structure of the land itself? What if the reason Springfield has both mountains and ocean and desert within reasonable proximity is that the radioactive contamination is not merely biological? It has warped the spatial relationships of the town's surrounding geography, compressing features that should be hundreds of miles apart into a single region that operates by rules other than standard American cartography? If the coma theory is true, the geography makes even cleaner sense. Homer's unconscious mind does not have a precise map of the United States in memory. It has impressions, emotional fragments, the memory of mountains from a road trip, the smell of ocean from a commercial he saw on television, the feeling of desert heat from a movie, the look of flat Midwestern farmland seen through a car window at age 7. Homer's dreaming brain assembled Springfield from every American landscape that ever registered in his memory, layered without geographic logic because dreams do not operate through geographic logic. Dreams operate through emotional association. Springfield feels like America because it is assembled from Homer's accumulated emotional memories of America, scattered, incomplete, held together by longing rather than cartography. If the principle in the Popper theory is true, if Springfield maintains its reality through active collective denial and the systematic suppression of inconvenient truths, then the town's refusal to have a fixed location is perhaps the ultimate expression of that mechanism. You cannot investigate a town you cannot locate. You cannot bring federal charges against a nuclear facility if the state it is operating in keeps changing. You cannot hold any institution accountable for anything when the jurisdictional authority is perpetually undefined. Springfield's geographic uncertainty is not merely a comedy device. It functions as legal protection. A town with no fixed location has no fixed regulatory authority, no consistent EPA oversight, no permanent state attorney general with ongoing jurisdiction over the facility's safety record, no federal agency that has had enough continuous time in the region to build a case. Springfield keeps its location ambiguous because ambiguity is safer than clarity. Landing in a specific state means accountability. It means someone shows up with a map and a badge and starts asking sustained questions about the three-eyed fish and the cracked cooling towers. The show's 12th season mockumentary episode, Behind the Laughter, appeared to settle the question. In its original broadcast, the Simpsons family was identified as being from northern Kentucky. In syndicated reruns, that answer was changed to a different state. The definitive answer to Springfield's location literally changes depending on which version of the episode you are watching. The truth was given and then revised. The answer provided and then altered. Even when Springfield gets a location, that location is not permanent. Every state in the Union has been proposed by fans as Springfield's home at some point in the show's history. Every theory has evidence supporting it and evidence invalidating it in equal measure. Researchers have done serious work on this question, mapping every geographic clue across hundreds of episodes, and the result is always the same. Springfield is everywhere and nowhere, because the show has built that impossibility into its architecture from the beginning. Springfield will never be definitively located, not because the show cannot decide, but because the show decided long ago that Springfield is more powerful as a mystery than as an answer. A town that can be anywhere is a town that belongs to everyone. A town that belongs to everyone is a town that no one can fully claim. A town that no one can fully claim is a town that no one can fully shut down. Springfield is hiding in plain sight, occupying every map simultaneously, making itself the most visible and the most unlocalizable place in America. You grew up there. You left. You cannot go back because you do not know exactly where it is. But you know it is out there, behind those cracked cooling towers, under that sky that is somehow always that specific shade of yellow. Section 10. The Floating Timeline and Why Nobody Ages. We have arrived at the mystery that sits at the center of everything. The one that all of the other mysteries circle around, point toward, and ultimately cannot resolve without reference to. Nobody in Springfield ages. Bart Simpson was 10 years old when The Simpsons debuted in December 1989. He is 10 years old right now, in whatever year you are watching this. Lisa was 8 then and is 8 now. Homer and Marge were in their mid-30s. They still are. Maggie was 1. She still is. 36 years of calendar time have passed in the real world. 0 years of biological time have passed in Springfield. The industry term for this is a floating timeline. It means the show's present is always the viewer's present. When an episode airs in 2025, the characters are living in 2025. When it aired in 1995, they were in 1995. The year changes, the technology changes, the cultural references update. But the characters themselves exist in a permanent present, frozen at the ages they occupied in 1989 and carried forward through 3.5 decades of television without aging a single day. Most long-running animated shows use this device. Most audiences accept it without sustained scrutiny. But The Simpsons has been running long enough that the floating timeline has generated contradictions of a scale that has started to crack the foundational logic of the show's world. The most structurally significant problem is Homer and Marge's backstory. When the show began, their history was grounded in a specific era. They met in high school in the late 1970s. Their courtship was period-appropriate. Their early lives together had the texture of a specific time. Era-appropriate music, fashion, cultural references that placed their formative years in the late 70s and early 80s, and made them the right age to be mid-30s parents in 1989. But as the floating timeline dragged the show's present forward, year by year, the backstory had to shift to maintain internal consistency. If Homer and Marge are still in their mid-30s in 2025, they did not meet in 1979. They met sometime around 2005, which means their high school experience was not defined by Watergate and disco. It was defined by MySpace and early YouTube. The show has depicted this shift. In flashback episodes across different eras, Homer and Marge's youth has been rewritten multiple times. Their formative period has been relocated from the 1970s to the 1980s to the 1990s to the 2000s. They were hippies, then grunge-era teenagers, then late 90s hipsters, then something closer to millennial 20-somethings. The love story is the same each time. The emotional core does not change, but the era keeps sliding forward because the mathematics of a floating timeline requires it. This means Homer and Marge do not have a stable past. Their history is a draft document that gets revised every few years to maintain the fiction of a permanent present. Their memories are unstable. Their origin story has been told at least 4 different ways in 4 different eras. And the show treats this as unremarkable because within the logic of a floating timeline, revision is the mechanism. Characters in Springfield do not have fixed histories. They have whatever backstory the current episode requires. When the next episode needs a different version, the previous one is quietly set aside. Now apply all the theories we have discussed. The coma theory says nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen mind of a man who went to sleep in April 1993. Homer's unconscious brain cannot imagine his children growing older because he was not there to witness it. His last memory of Bart is of a 10-year-old boy. His last memory of Lisa is of an 8-year-old girl with a saxophone. And so in the dream, that is what they remain. Forever. Because dreams cannot contain what the dreamer never experienced. The radiation theory says nobody ages because the biological mutation from decades of nuclear contamination has altered the cellular processes that govern aging. The same exposure that gave the Simpson children their characteristic physical traits has also disrupted whatever molecular mechanism normally governs the passage of time in living cells. Springfield's residents are not immortal. They are simply trapped, biologically frozen at whatever developmental stage they occupied when the exposure reached a sufficient cumulative level. The principle in the Popper theory says nobody ages because Springfield collectively agrees not to acknowledge it. The same social contract that allowed a town to vote a false identity into legal existence and exile the man holding the true one can certainly accommodate an agreement to simply not notice that the children have been 10 and 8 years old for 3.5 decades. Springfield has demonstrated its capacity to ignore far more dramatic truth than this. And the Burns immortality theory adds that at least one person in Springfield has already demonstrated that the normal rules of biological time do not apply to those with sufficient resources and sufficient will to circumvent them. If Burns can be kept alive past 140 through engineered medical intervention, the concept of aging is already negotiable in this universe. Burns has made it negotiable. And what he has done for himself, perhaps Springfield's contaminated environment, has done for everyone else, in a cruder, less controllable, but equally effective way. All of these theories converge on the same observation from different directions. Time does not work in Springfield. Something, whether it is radiation or coma or collective denial or the economics of a billionaire's survival or some combination of all four operating simultaneously, has broken the normal flow of time for everyone who lives in that town. The floating timeline is not a production decision. It is a symptom. It is the show telling you, in the most literal way available, that something is fundamentally wrong with the temporal reality of this place. The show has imagined its characters aging multiple times. In the season 6 episode Lisa's Wedding, the show flashes forward to a future where Lisa is 23 years old, engaged to be married, navigating adult life with the intelligence and the aching loneliness that the show has always suggested would define her. The episode is detailed. It is specific. It is emotionally rich and carefully constructed. It proves that The Simpsons can tell stories about these characters as adults. It can envision who they would become if the clock were actually allowed to tick. But it does not let the clock tick. Lisa's Wedding is a single episode, a visit to a possible future, a window that opens and then closes again. Lisa comes back to being 8. Bart comes back to being 10. The flash forward is sealed off, preserved as a hypothetical, and the permanent present resumes. The show can imagine growth. It has chosen for 36 years not to allow it. And this is where the mystery expands beyond Springfield and becomes something that is really about us. The Simpsons is the American family. They have occupied that cultural role for longer than any other fictional household in the history of the medium. And the American family, as The Simpsons presents it, cannot be permitted to change. Homer must always be mid-30s, working at the same plant, coming home to the same house. Marge must always be patient, always holding the structure together with the quiet labor that makes everything else possible. Bart must always be rebellious. Lisa must always be idealistic and a little heartbroken by the world. Maggie must always be watching from the high chair. The moment the Simpson family ages, the show becomes something different. Bart goes to college and the house gets quieter. Lisa moves away and Homer sits in her empty room, not knowing what to do with the silence. Maggie starts talking and everything they had, that particular configuration of 5 people under one roof, the specific chaos and warmth of it, is over. It has given way to something new, something perhaps just as meaningful but different. Different in a way that marks the passage of time in a way that cannot be undone. America does not want that story. America wants the version where the kids are always young and the parents are always together, and the couch is always the same couch, and the opening credits always play, and Homer always backs out of the driveway without quite hitting anything, and nobody ever has to acknowledge that any of this is temporary. The floating timeline is the show's thesis statement about what it is doing and why we keep watching. The Simpsons are frozen in time because we need them to be. Because they represent something we do not know how to let go of. The messy, chaotic, improbable, deeply loving, frequently infuriating, ultimately indestructible American middle-class family. The family that survives everything and recovers from everything, and resets after every disaster and starts again, every week on the same couch, watching the same television, living the same life. Every theory we have discussed tonight reduces to this. The loop is not their prison. It is ours. We built it. We maintain it by watching, we tighten it every time we quote a line from an episode that aired before most of us were born. And the recognition of it? The fact that we know the line, that we remember exactly when it aired, that we were there, is the very thing that keeps the loop running. And if Bart turns 11, if Lisa turns 9, if Maggie says her second word and means it this time, then the show ends. And the show ending means admitting that the version of America it represents was always fragile, was always temporary, was always one birthday away from becoming something we do not recognize anymore. So we press pause. We keep pressing pause. And Springfield stays exactly where we left it, in December 1989, waiting for us to come back. Section 11. Hans Moleman's Death Curse and the Darkness Behind Ned Flanders. Let's take a breath from the major theories and look at two smaller mysteries that have been sitting in the background of Springfield for decades, gathering implications that the show never fully reckons with. The first is a body count. If you have watched The Simpsons for any amount of time, you know Hans Moleman. He is the tiny, elderly, effectively blind man who appears in the background of Springfield scenes and exists, functionally, to suffer. He gets struck by cars. He gets crushed by falling objects. He gets buried alive. He gets consumed by animals. He gets struck by lightning. He gets set on fire. He walks into traffic and disappears under wheels. He falls into holes. He is dropped from heights. He is, by any reasonable accounting, the most frequently killed character in the history of American animated television. The show has killed Hans Moleman dozens of times. Not in the treehouse of horror Halloween specials, which operate outside normal continuity. Not in dream sequences or fantasy cutaways. In regular canonical episodes, Moleman dies and then appears completely fine in the next episode. No explanation is offered. No resurrection scene occurs. No one in Springfield comments on the fact that the little old man who died last week is standing in line at the grocery store. He simply reappears, ready for the next death, in an endless cycle of mortality that the show treats as ambient background noise. Most fans accept this as a recurring gag. Moleman dies a lot. It's funny. Move on. But within the frameworks we have been building, Moleman's repeated deaths are genuinely strange. If the radiation theory is true, Moleman could represent the most extreme biological mutation in Springfield. A man whose body has been so fundamentally restructured by decades of nuclear exposure that it has developed the capacity to reconstitute itself after fatal trauma. He does not survive his deaths the way Homer survives injuries. Homer endures damage and recovers. Moleman actually dies, his body ceases to function, and then he comes back, as if death in Springfield is a temporary condition for certain residents. A biological reset built into a physiology that has been irradiated far enough from its baseline state to no longer be bound by the normal finality of cellular death. If the coma theory is true, Moleman serves a different function. He is a background process in Homer's dream. A minor character that Homer's unconscious brain populates the dream with, but does not maintain with any particular care or consistency. Moleman dies because Homer's dreaming mind occasionally lets secondary characters lapse, and he comes back because the dream requires him to populate the next scene, and the brain simply reassembles the character from its stored impression of him. In this reading, Moleman is not a person in any meaningful sense. He is a prop, a piece of scenery that Homer's mind breaks and then restores as needed. If the collective denial mechanism from the principal and the pauper is true, Moleman's deaths are simply another thing Springfield has agreed not to examine. A man dies in public visibly in front of witnesses, multiple times across multiple weeks. Nobody investigates. Nobody calls an ambulance that has not already been called. Nobody asks how he keeps coming back. The town has normalized Moleman's mortality the same way it normalized everything else that should have been alarming. The three-eyed fish, the glowing billionaire, the baby who shot a man, the principal who was not who he said he was. One more thing about Moleman that is worth sitting with. He once gave his age as 31 years old. 31. Look at him. He appears to be in his 80s or 90s. He moves like someone whose body has been through extraordinary stress across an extraordinary span of time. If he is telling the truth about his age and there is no particular reason within the show to conclude he is lying, then something aged him catastrophically and prematurely. Something took a young man and compressed decades of physical deterioration into whatever time has passed since then. Something that also apparently made him impossible to kill permanently. The same force that aged him beyond his years may have also made him too damaged by the process to fully die from it. The radiation theory has an answer for this. So does the coma theory. So does the collective denial theory. The only framework that cannot explain Hans Moleman is the one that says, The Simpsons is just a cartoon, and none of it means anything. Now, Ned Flanders. Ned Flanders is the character the show has quietly, systematically, and with great thoroughness destroyed more completely than any other. And the darkness layered into him, the darkness beneath the cheerfulness, beneath the relentless goodwill, beneath the patient, neighborly smile, is one of the most disturbing things running in the background of this show. On the surface, Ned is everything Homer is not. He is kind, he is generous, he is devoutly religious, he is physically fit, he is financially responsible, he is a genuinely good father to his sons Rod and Todd, he is a good neighbor in every practical sense of the word. He lends tools, he helps with repairs, he is available when called upon. By any objective measure you can apply to the residents of Springfield, Ned Flanders is a better person than Homer Simpson in essentially every way. And the show punishes him for it without pause. Maud Flanders, Ned's wife, was killed in a freak accident at the Springfield Motor Speedway. A t-shirt cannon misfired at a NASCAR event. The t-shirts hit Maud instead of Homer, who had moved to avoid them. Homer's selfishness, expressed in a reflexive moment of self-preservation, was the proximate cause of Maud Flanders' death. The best man in Springfield lost his wife because his neighbor dodged out of the way. Ned forgave him. Because Ned forgives. It is what Ned does. He absorbs blow after blow after blow and responds with grace and patience and an unshakable faith that there is a larger plan and that he is meant to be in it. But the cracks are visible if you know where to look. In one of the more psychologically rich episodes the show has produced, a hurricane specifically destroys Ned's house while leaving every other house on the street untouched. The community rallies to rebuild it. And they do rebuild it. Badly. Carelessly. With the kind of half-attention you give to a project you feel obligated to complete but not particularly motivated to do well. The house collapses almost immediately after being declared finished. And Ned snaps. He screams at the town. He insults every person who has ever wronged him. He says things that have clearly been accumulating for years, maybe decades, behind the wall of courtesy and faith and endless forgiveness. Things that the real Ned Flanders, the one underneath the performance, has been holding since long before Maud died. And then he is committed to a psychiatric facility. In the facility, the show reveals something that reframes every scene Ned has appeared in. His relentless niceness is not natural. It is not a character trait or a genuine expression of his spiritual nature. It is the product of childhood behavioral modification. Ned was a violent, uncontrollable child. His parents, being committed non-interventionist beatnik types who did not believe in any form of discipline, eventually took him to a psychiatrist. And the psychiatrist spent years conditioning the aggression out of Ned through intensive behavioral reprogramming. He literally had the anger beaten out of him through therapy. His kindness is not who he is. It is a cage built around the person he actually is by a doctor who decided that the angry child needed to be replaced by something more socially acceptable. Everything about Ned Flanders reads differently once you know this. His patience with Homer is not saintly, it is pathological. His brain was conditioned to suppress anger so completely that he cannot access it through normal emotional channels. His faith is not spiritual conviction in any simple sense. It is a coping mechanism, an external framework to explain why a man who follows every rule and does everything right keeps experiencing catastrophic loss. His forgiveness of Homer for Maud's death is not grace. It is the automated response of a nervous system that was rewired as a child to never allow the experience of appropriate rage, regardless of how appropriate the situation makes that rage. And the show knows this. It has shown you what happens when the conditioning fails. When Ned's suppression system breaks down under sufficient pressure, what emerges is not a mild-mannered man venting some frustration. What emerges is the person the conditioning was designed to contain. Someone with decades of unprocessed grief and rage who has been performing goodness so long that the gap between the performance and the reality has become a wound. The most unsettling detail in Ned's story is not any of the losses he has suffered. It is this: God talks to Homer. On multiple occasions across multiple episodes, Homer Simpson has direct, confirmed, canonical conversations with a divine presence. God has offered Homer counsel, wisdom, and attention. The drunk who sleeps through church services. The man who chose stupidity over clarity. The person who caused Maud Flanders' death by dodging a t-shirt. Ned Flanders, who has dedicated his entire life to faith, who attends services without fail, who reads scripture, who raises his children according to the principles he believes in, who prays continuously and sincerely. Ned has never received a divine response. God ignores the devout. God talks to Homer. That is not randomness. That is the show making a clear and pointed statement about what it thinks the universe rewards. Not sincerity, not effort, not genuine virtue or consistent kindness or the hard work of being good in a place that makes goodness difficult. The show's universe rewards charisma and narrative centrality, which Homer has in abundance and Ned lacks. Ned is good in a way that the story has no use for. Homer is necessary in a way that transcends his goodness or lack of it. Ned Flanders is what happens when you do everything the system tells you to do, and the system still does not hold up its end of the arrangement. He is the man who followed the rules his entire life, and found that the rules were not designed with someone like him in mind. Homer is what happens when you do everything wrong in a system that cannot punish you, because you are too central to the story for punishment to stick. They live next door to each other. They have lived next door to each other for 36 years. The gap between them, between the man who tries and the man who does not, has never narrowed by even a fraction, because the system is not designed to close it. Section 12. Everything connects and why we cannot let go. We have been in Springfield for a long time tonight. Let's take a moment before the end to see what we have found. We began with the nuclear power plant and the radiation theory. The observation that the physical characteristics of every Springfield resident, the resilience, the mutations, the cognitive patterns, all trace back in a consistent and documentable way to the contaminated environment that a 342 violation facility has been producing for decades. The theory that Burns knows has always known and has structured his empire around that knowledge. The theory that Homer's continued employment is not negligence but strategy. Keep a brain-damaged man in the safety inspector chair, and the violations continue unimpeded. We moved into the coma theory. The possibility that Homer Simpson has been lying in a hospital bed since April 1993, dreaming a version of his family that never ages because his unconscious mind cannot imagine them growing older without him there to witness it. The theory that every impossible event since Season 4 is not creative escalation but neurological deterioration, a dream becoming increasingly surreal as the brain generating it loses capacity. We reopened the Burns shooting. We found that the official answer requires accepting a number of specific claims on faith. A sundial position that Burns himself called coincidental, the testimony of a man who just woke from a coma, a final scene that is ambiguous enough to support multiple interpretations. We found Homer's unexamined confession in Season 18. We found the Marge theory and the logic of Burns protecting a woman he had feelings for by pointing the investigation towards someone who could never be prosecuted. We examined Burns's immortality, the weekly radiation treatments that give his body its green glow, the disease equilibrium that the doctors call Three Stooges syndrome, the infrastructure of wealth and medical maintenance that keeps him operational when everything in his body should have given out decades ago. We found that Smithers's devotion is not just emotional, but functionally medicinal. That without Smithers managing the schedule, Burns dies within a week. We watched Springfield vote to make truth illegal in The Principal and the Pauper. We watched the real Seymour Skinner get tied to a railroad car and expelled from the community for the crime of being who he said he was. We found in that episode the machinery that explains every reset, every forgotten catastrophe, every moment when Springfield returns to normal after something that should have permanently changed it. We sat with Maggie in her silence and found, behind it, a mind that may be the most capable in Springfield. A baby who understood early that intelligence is punished in this town and made the strategic decision to hide hers in plain sight, performing helplessness while solving problems that stopped adults cold. We took the predictions phenomenon apart and found that it is the result of longevity, volume, highly educated writers extrapolating current trends, and confirmation bias filtering 36 years of content until only the accurate observations remain in circulation. And we found the deeper theory underneath, that the show does not predict America's future so much as it normalizes it in advance, making trajectories feel inevitable before they arrive so that when they do arrive, the cultural response is recognition rather than surprise. We followed Mona Simpson from her Springfield living room in 1969 through a biological weapons lab owned by Burns, through 30 years of FBI pursuit, through 2 heartbreaking reunions with a son who never understood why his life felt unmoored, to a hospital room where Homer finally held his mother's hand, and the 27 stolen years settled over both of them with quiet, irreversible weight. We got lost looking for Springfield on a map and found that the town's geographic impossibility might serve multiple functions at once. Comedic universality, the geographic logic of a dreaming mind, and the legal protection of a community that cannot be regulated if its jurisdiction cannot be fixed. And we arrived at the floating timeline, the observation that nobody ages, translated through every theory into the same underlying conclusion from a different angle. Something has broken time in Springfield. Something has made the normal passage of biological years inapplicable to the people who live there. And we found that the mechanism, whatever it is, may ultimately be us. Our refusal to let go. Our need for the Simpson family to remain exactly as we remember them, on the same couch, in the same house, with the same ages they had when we first found them. We pressed pause in 1989. We have not released the button. Every mystery in this show, every buried storyline, every contradiction that has accumulated across 36 years of television, returns eventually to the same question at the center of all of them. Why can we not let them go? The easy answer is that they are beloved characters in a long-running show. The more interesting answer is the one the show itself has been gesturing toward, in its own oblique and cartoon-mediated way, for 3.5 decades. We cannot let them go because they are us. Homer is not a cartoon. Homer is every person who has been damaged by a system designed to keep them small and compliant and grateful, who still gets up in the morning and drives to work and loves his family with everything his damaged capacity for love can manage. Marge is not a cartoon. Marge is every person holding a chaotic household together through the application of infinite patience and the careful suppression of everything she has not been given the space to want. Bart is not a cartoon. Bart is the part of all of us that wanted to burn the system down before we learned that the system was faster than we were and had been here longer. Lisa is not a cartoon. Lisa is every person who saw the world clearly from an early age and paid for that clarity with isolation and found a way to keep asking questions anyway. And Maggie is not a cartoon. Maggie is the version of ourselves we have kept quiet. The part that watches and listens and understands more than it says. The part that has been collecting observations about the world for years and has not yet decided what to do with all of it. Waiting for the right moment. Waiting for the conditions to shift enough that speaking will accomplish something it could not have accomplished before. We cannot let Springfield go because Springfield is where we live, not the town. We do not live there in any literal sense, but the structure of it, the economy organized around a facility that is slowly poisoning the community, the billionaire whose survival the town's survival depends on, the collective agreement not to ask certain questions, the institutions that exist to protect the institution rather than the people inside it, the teachers and principals and inspectors and officials who work within systems too large and too entrenched to challenge, the neighbor who is better than us in every measurable way and is still losing, the children who will inherit everything we have chosen not to fix. We recognize Springfield. We always have. The Simpsons has been telling us the same story since December 1989, not through dramatic reveals or careful serialized plotting, through accumulation, through the slow, patient layering of detail upon detail upon detail, week after week, season after season, until the picture assembled itself in our peripheral vision and became something we could see clearly if we chose to look directly at it. Springfield is not hiding its mysteries, it is displaying them, every episode. The yellow skin, and the four fingers, and the ageless children, and the billionaire who cannot die, and the town that cannot change. All of it in plain sight, every week for 36 years. Waiting for someone to look at it long enough to ask why. The theories exist because some people looked and refused to accept the surface. They dug into the structure of the show and found patterns the show itself had never acknowledged out loud. And what they found? What we have been sitting with together all night is a version of Springfield that is stranger and sadder and more illuminating than the one the show presents at face value. A version where Homer's stupidity is not a character trait but a wound. Where Maggie's silence is the most sophisticated thing anyone in the family has ever done. Where Burns's immortality is the logical conclusion of unchecked power across sufficient time. Where Ned's suffering is the show's statement about what the universe does with genuine goodness. Where the town's amnesia between episodes is not a production convenience, but a documented social mechanism, visible if you know to look for it. And somewhere in the middle of all of this, running beneath every theory and every mystery and every piece of evidence we have examined, there is Homer, in a hospital bed, or in his living room, or at a power plant that is slowly killing him, depending on which version of Springfield we are in, which theory we are applying, which layer of the show's architecture we are working from. But regardless of the layer, in every version, Homer is there. Every week. Finding his way back to the same house. Sitting down on the same couch. Looking around at the family he has. The family he may be dreaming. The family he may be slowly poisoning. The family he may have been systematically denied the cognitive capacity to fully understand or protect. Loving them anyway. That is The Simpsons beneath everything else. That is the show that has been running since 1989 and will probably be running long after most of us have stopped watching. Not because it has run out of ideas or because the machine keeps churning forward through institutional momentum, though both of those things may also be true. But because somewhere in the architecture of what this show is and what it has always been, there is a truth that we keep coming back to watch. A family that should not work and does. A town that should have collapsed under the weight of its own secrets long ago and hasn't. A man who was broken before he started and keeps getting up. And as long as we need to see that, as long as we need the proof that things can stay together even when everything is wrong, Springfield will be here. It always is. Thank you for spending this time in Springfield, wherever you are right now. Whatever hour it is, whatever city, whatever country, you found your way here tonight, and that matters. If you made it all the way through, you are the kind of person this channel exists for. Subscribe if you haven't. There is a lot more of this ahead. Slow, deep, the kind of thing you can fall asleep to and still feel like you learned something in the morning. Sleep well. Springfield will be here when you wake up. It always is. End of script. Total estimated word count, approximately 42,000 plus words. Expansion, additional deep dives and extended analysis. Extended, the radiation theory, what the town's body count actually tells us. Let's return to the radiation theory one more time, because there is more to say about it than we covered in the opening section. There are layers to this theory that only become visible when you examine specific episodes closely, rather than looking at the big picture. Consider what the show does with the concept of physical resilience in Springfield. Homer is the most famous example. His ability to survive things that should kill him is a running element of the show's humor. But he is not the only example. The entire town of Springfield demonstrates a collective relationship with physical harm and recovery that does not match what you would expect from a real population. Think about the riot episodes. Springfield riots with a frequency and a violence that would, in any real town of comparable size, result in significant casualties and lasting physical consequences for the participants. Buildings are destroyed, people are struck by objects, cars are overturned. And yet by the following episode, everyone is fine. Not just fine in the sense that the show has reset, fine in the sense that within any given riot episode, participants absorb damage that should require extended medical attention and continue participating in the riot. The town's population as a whole demonstrates a physical durability that Homer demonstrates in the extreme. This is consistent with the radiation theory. If chronic low-level radiation exposure has altered the cellular resilience of Springfield residents in the ways the theory suggests, you would expect to see elevated durability across the population, not just in Homer. The fact that Homer is the most extreme case is consistent with his occupational exposure being the highest of any resident. He works directly next to the reactor core. But the general population's relationship with physical harm, while less dramatic than Homer's, follows the same pattern. Now, consider what the show does with mental acuity and attention span across the general Springfield population. Springfield's residents are capable of being manipulated with a consistency and a completeness that goes beyond what you would expect from random variation in intelligence or education. When Burns runs for office, or when a new product is introduced, or when a charismatic stranger arrives with a scheme, the town's population is reliably susceptible in ways that the show treats as comedic, but that are structurally consistent with a population experiencing chronic cognitive compromise. The population can be moved to panic extremely quickly. They can be persuaded to forget extremely easily. They can be manipulated into supporting things that are obviously contrary to their interest without much difficulty. And this is depicted consistently enough, across enough episodes and enough decades, that it functions as a characterization of the population, rather than a characterization of specific episodes' guest characters. The radiation theory explains this. A population experiencing the cognitive effects of chronic low-level radiation exposure, effects that are well documented in real-world cases of contaminated communities, would demonstrate exactly this pattern. Elevated susceptibility to manipulation, difficulty maintaining sustained attention on complex problems, impaired ability to recognize and resist exploitation over extended time periods. Not dramatic cognitive disability in every individual, but a population-level reduction in the cognitive tools needed for effective collective self-determination. Burns's monopoly on Springfield's power supply is not just economic, it is cognitive. He does not need to prevent people from opposing him through force. The plant's runoff has already done that work. The town that could challenge him is not the town he has built. There is also the question of what the radiation theory suggests about the children born in Springfield after the plant began operations. Bart was born in Springfield to two parents who had already been exposed to the plant's environmental output for years by the time of his birth. Lisa was born after Bart, Maggie after Lisa. Each child was gestating in a body that had been marinating in Springfield's contaminated environment for a longer period than the previous child. And each child demonstrates a distinctive cognitive profile that is consistent with differential radiation effects. Bart is clever but impulsive. He is creative and responsive and quick in a situational way, but he cannot sustain focused attention on anything he does not find immediately engaging. He is resistant to authority in a way that sometimes looks like general intelligence and sometimes looks like an inability to perceive long-term consequences with any reliability. His relationship with school and with structured learning is consistently adversarial, not because he lacks the raw cognitive material to succeed, but because his executive function, the part of cognition most sensitive to the kinds of environmental stressors the radiation theory describes, is compromised in specific and characteristic ways. Lisa is the opposite. Her intelligence is extraordinary in the ways that depend on focused attention, pattern recognition, and the ability to hold complex ideas in sustained relation to each other. She can think carefully and at length about difficult problems. She can produce arguments with structure and evidence. She can maintain commitment to ideas across time in ways that require the exact executive functions that Bart lacks. But Lisa's intelligence, precisely because it is so clear and so functional, makes her acutely aware of the gap between what Springfield is and what it could be. And the pain of that awareness is a constant in her life. Maggie, born last to parents who had been in Springfield for the longest, demonstrates cognitive characteristics that suggest the most extreme version of whatever effect the radiation is producing. Her intelligence, as we discussed in her own section, appears to operate at a level that testing instruments cannot adequately measure. Her strategic thinking and situational awareness at age 1 exceed what should be possible for her developmental stage by such a margin that the only coherent explanations are either supernatural or environmental. The radiation theory says, same cause, 3 different outcomes, each shaped by the specific biological conditions of the individual receiving the exposure. The same contamination that reduced Homer's IQ to a clinical level appears to have amplified Maggie's cognitive capacity to a level that cannot be properly measured. Between them, Bart and Lisa occupy intermediate positions on the spectrum, all 4 of them shaped by the same cracked cooling tower that the town stopped looking at long before they were born. Extended, the coma theory. The evidence in the show's structure. There is a dimension of the coma theory that we touched on but did not fully develop, and it deserves more time because it is the dimension that makes the theory feel less like a speculative fan reading and more like something the show itself might have intended. The theory proposes that the show's shift in tone after the coma episode in Season 4 is not coincidental. Before April 1993, The Simpsons operated as a grounded family comedy with surreal elements. After April 1993, it became something stranger and more disconnected from everyday reality. The coma theory says this shift reflects the mental state of the person generating the dream. As Homer's brain deteriorates, the dream becomes less coherent, more surreal, more populated with impossible events and celebrity faces and situations that bear less and less resemblance to anything grounded in daily domestic life. This is not just a theoretical assertion. It maps onto a pattern that is documentable in the show's episode structure. In the seasons immediately following the coma, seasons 5, 6, and 7, the show is still relatively coherent. The plots are unusual and often fantastical, but they maintain a kind of internal logic. Characters behave in recognizable ways. The emotional stakes feel grounded even when the situations are absurd. These are still, broadly, the seasons that fans point to when they describe the show's golden age. As the seasons progress further from 1993, the coherence decreases and the surrealism increases. The emotional grounding that distinguished the early show's best episodes becomes harder to find. The celebrity appearances multiply. The plots become more reliant on outlandish premise and less on character-based emotional truth. The show still produces excellent individual moments, but the structural integrity of individual episodes, the sense that the events of an episode follow from each other with any particular logic, becomes less reliable. The coma theory reads this as a trajectory. The dream is getting worse as the brain generating it deteriorates. The earlier seasons are dreams generated by a brain that still has most of its function intact. The later seasons are generated by a brain that has been in a coma for longer, losing capacity incrementally, producing simulations that are less well-maintained and less internally consistent because there is simply less functional capacity available to maintain and sustain them. This is consistent with what is documented about coma patients and the cognitive experiences reported by people who have recovered from extended unconscious states. The subjective experience of extended unconsciousness, when it produces any internally coherent experience at all, tends to involve a degradation of internal logic over time. Dreams become less structured. Narrative coherence decreases. Familiar figures appear in unfamiliar configurations. The world becomes malleable in ways that waking experience is not. The Simpsons, from this perspective, is not a show that got better and then got worse. It is a show that has been faithfully documenting the condition of the mind generating it. The golden age is the early coma. The later seasons are the slow deterioration. And the show will never end, not because the network keeps renewing it, but because Homer's brain keeps refusing to stop. There is one more piece of evidence that the coma theory points to that deserves explicit attention because it is easy to miss. In Season 4, the season in which the coma occurs, there is an unusual density of episodes that deal directly with death, unconsciousness, and the border between being present and being absent. Homer deals with his own mortality. The show engages with questions about what comes after life in ways that feel less casual than the show's usual treatment of dark themes. There is a preoccupation with endings in Season 4 that is distinct from what came before and from what came after. If you accept the coma theory, this preoccupation makes sense, as the subconscious awareness of a mind that knows something is wrong. The dream is already beginning to register the reality of Homer's situation before the event itself. The brain knows what is coming before the body experiences it. And the show, which is the brain's output, fills Season 4 with meditations on death and absence, and the question of what remains when someone is no longer present. And then in episode 18 of that season, Homer goes into a coma, and the show never stops. Extended, the Burns shooting. The question nobody has asked. There is one angle of the Burns shooting mystery that has received less attention than it deserves, and it involves a character who is almost never mentioned in discussions of the case. Waylon Smithers. We know Smithers had the strongest emotional motive of anyone in Springfield. He had dedicated his life to Burns. He had organized his entire identity around his relationship with his employer. And on the day of the shooting, Burns had fired him. Not for cause, not for incompetence. Burns fired Smithers because Smithers objected to blocking out the sun on moral grounds. Because Smithers thought the plan was going too far, and said so, and Burns responded by terminating his employment immediately. Being fired by Burns was not simply a job loss for Smithers. It was, given the nature of their relationship, a catastrophic personal rejection. The one person whose approval Smithers had organized his life around had looked at him and decided he was expendable. The emotional weight of that for someone with Smithers' relationship to Burns would have been devastating. Smithers confessed at the beginning of the Part 2 investigation. He told the police he had shot Burns, and he was ruled out only because his alibi demonstrated he was blackout drunk at the time and had actually shot a different person entirely. Old Jasper, in his wooden leg, in a completely different location. But here is the question that does not get asked enough. Why did Smithers confess? He was drunk. He knew he had fired a weapon. He knew Burns had been shot. His emotional state following the firing would have made him arguably more motivated to want Burns harmed than almost anyone else in Springfield. When the police came to him and asked whether he had shot Burns, Smithers said yes. He said it immediately, without apparent hesitation. The explanation the show provides is that Smithers was so drunk that he genuinely could not distinguish between the person he shot, Jasper, and the person who was actually shot, Burns. He thought he had done it because the emotional conditions for wanting to do it had been so fully present in him that evening, and because he was too impaired to remember the details clearly. But there is another reading. Smithers confessed because on some level he wanted to. Not because he was the shooter, but because the confession was an expression of the emotional reality of the evening. Burns had fired him, and Smithers' unconscious mind registered the wish that he had done something with that anger. The confession was psychologically true even when it was factually false. Smithers did not shoot Burns, but in the most important sense, he wanted to. And when the police gave him the opportunity to say so, some part of him took it. This does not move the case towards Smithers as the real shooter. His alibi is solid. He was in the wrong place with the wrong victim. But it does add a layer of psychological texture to the shooting that the show gestures toward and does not fully develop. The person most emotionally compromised by Burns's behavior on the day of the shooting confessed to the crime the moment he was asked. That tells you something about the emotional landscape of Springfield on that particular evening, about how many people, on some level, wanted to be the one who finally did something. And it raises a question the show never quite asks. If Smithers was willing to confess to something he did not do on some level because he wished he had done it, how many other people in that town meeting were in a similar emotional state? How many people left that gathering carrying the wish that they had been the one to act, regardless of whether they actually did anything? The shooting may have been committed by one person, but the desire to commit it was distributed across the entire population of Springfield. And that communal desire, that shared wish that someone, anyone, would finally do something about what Burns had been doing, is itself a form of evidence. It tells you that Springfield's tolerance for Burns had limits, that the social contract Burns had been operating within was fragile, that on a specific evening in the summer of 1995, whatever fragile equilibrium had been maintaining the town's compliance cracked enough that at least one person stepped over the line. Who that person was remains, despite the show's official answer, genuinely open. Extended, Springfield's Other Hidden Histories. The major theories we have discussed tonight, radiation, coma, the Burns conspiracy, the geographic impossibility, all deal with the structural architecture of Springfield as a place. But there are smaller, quieter, hidden histories in the show that accumulate into their own kind of evidence. And they deserve attention. Consider what the show has established about the founding of Springfield. In various episodes across the show's run, Springfield's history has been depicted in flashback. The town was founded in the early 19th century by a group of settlers, among whom were ancestors of many current Springfield residents. The Simpsons family is among the founding families. The Burns family is among the founding families. Several families whose descendants are currently prominent in Springfield were present at the town's founding. This is significant because it means the relationship between the Burns family and the people of Springfield is not merely economic. It predates the Industrial Revolution. It predates the nuclear plant. It predates the modern economic relationship that gives Burns his leverage over the town. The Burns family and the population of Springfield have been in a relationship of mutual implication for almost 200 years. Burns's ancestors and the ancestors of the people he currently exploits built this town together, or at least occupied the same founding moment together. This context changes how you understand what Burns is doing to Springfield. He is not an outside force that arrived and imposed himself on an existing community. He is a product of the community, or at least his family is. The Burns family has been extracting value from Springfield and its people since the town's founding. What the nuclear plant does now is a modern iteration of something the Burns family has always done. The specific mechanism has changed, the fundamental relationship has not, and the people of Springfield have been in relationship with the Burns family for the same duration. There are 200 years of history in which Springfield residents have organized their economic lives around the Burns family's projects and enterprises and decisions. The complicity is not new. The dependency is not new. The inability to effectively resist is not new. These patterns were established before any of the current residents were born. They were passed down through families the way stories get passed down, not as explicit lessons, but as the accumulated behavioral patterns of communities that learned, across generations, what is possible here and what is not. The founding history of Springfield is the founding history of the corruption. Burns did not corrupt Springfield. Springfield was founded with Burns at the center of its economic life, and every generation since has inherited that arrangement. Homer did not choose to work for Burns in any meaningful sense. He was born into a town where working for Burns was the primary available option for someone without specialized skills, and he took the available option the way his grandfather probably took the available option, and his great-grandfather before that. The conspiracy goes back further than Mona's story. It goes back to the beginning. The skeletons in the basement of the nuclear plant are not the only bones. There are older bones, older silences, older arrangements between the Burns family and the people who live and work in its shadow. The plant is new. The relationship is ancient. Extended, Lisa's loneliness as Springfield's diagnostic tool. We have talked about Lisa in the context of Maggie's strategic silence. The observation that Maggie watched what Lisa's visible intelligence cost her and decided to hide her own capabilities rather than advertise them. But Lisa herself deserves more sustained attention because she functions in the show as something unusual. A character whose primary dramatic purpose is to feel the full weight of everything that is wrong with Springfield and be unable to stop it. Lisa is 8 years old. She has been 8 years old for 36 years. And for 36 years, she has been the character who sees most clearly what Springfield is and what it is doing to the people who live in it. And she has been consistently unable to do anything about what she sees. This is not accidental. The show is using Lisa as a diagnostic instrument. She is the character whose perceptual clarity makes her an accurate reader of Springfield's reality, and whose age and powerlessness make her unable to act on what she reads. She is the town's conscience, positioned in a role that cannot act. A child dependent on adults who are less clear-sighted than she is, living in a community that will not respond to the truth she keeps trying to tell it. Think about what Lisa has understood and documented over 36 years of trying. She has understood that the nuclear plant is dangerous. She has understood that Burns's influence over Springfield is corrupting in ways that extend beyond simple economic exploitation. She has understood that her father's cognitive limitations are not simply part of who Homer is, but are the result of specific causes that could theoretically be addressed. She has understood that the school she attends is being systematically defunded, and that this serves the interests of people who benefit from an uneducated population. She has understood, with a clarity that exceeds what most adults in her life can match, the relationship between what happens to Springfield's environment and what happens to Springfield's people. And she has been ignored. Consistently. Affectionately, usually, her family loves her, but ignored. Her intelligence is acknowledged as a fact about her. The way her saxophone playing is acknowledged as a fact about her, without being taken seriously as a source of information about the world. Homer reacts to Lisa's analyses of Springfield's problems the way he reacts to most things he does not immediately understand. With mild confusion, brief attention, and then a return to the default state. Marge engages more carefully but is ultimately oriented toward maintaining stability in the family rather than following Lisa's reasoning to its conclusions. Springfield's adults broadly treat Lisa the same way. The community finds her tiresome precisely because she is right, and being right about things the community has decided not to address is a social offense. Lisa has learned repeatedly that the social cost of being accurate about uncomfortable things in Springfield is significant. She has paid that cost for 36 years without stopping. What does that do to a person? The show has explored this question in its more emotionally ambitious episodes. Lisa is profoundly lonely. Not lonely in the simple sense of lacking friends, though that is also true. Lonely in the deeper sense of being unable to share her understanding of the world with the people around her. The gap between what Lisa can see and what the people around her are willing to see is a form of isolation that friendship cannot bridge. You can love someone and still not be able to follow them to the places their mind goes. Lisa is loved. She is still alone. The floating timeline locks Lisa at 8 forever, which means this loneliness is also locked. She cannot grow into a community of peers who match her capacity. She cannot age into a context where her intelligence is valued rather than tolerated. She is frozen at 8, in a town that has decided what it values and has placed Lisa's particular gifts outside that decision, indefinitely. Her isolation is not something she will grow out of. In Springfield, under the floating timeline, it is permanent. This is perhaps the show's most quietly devastating commitment. It built a character capable of genuine suffering, placed her in conditions that guarantee sustained suffering, and then locked the clock so the conditions can never change. Lisa's loneliness is not a plot element to be resolved. It is a permanent feature of Springfield's architecture, maintained alongside everything else the town has decided to keep exactly as it is. Extended, The Simpsons movie and what it actually proved. The Simpsons movie, released in 2007, is usually discussed in terms of whether it was good or whether it justified the long development period, or whether it added anything to the show's legacy. These are reasonable questions to ask about a movie. But for our purposes tonight, the movie is important for a different reason. The movie proved that the radiation theory is not a fan extrapolation reading things into the show that were not placed there deliberately. The movie is the radiation theory, stated explicitly at the level of federal government policy. The EPA seals Springfield under a dome. The specific justification given within the movie's narrative is environmental contamination. so severe that the town has become a hazard to the surrounding region. The dome is a containment measure. Springfield is identified by a federal regulatory authority with the legal power to act on that identification as an environmental disaster zone requiring quarantine. This is the show confirming, at the level of federal governmental action, that Springfield's environment is exactly as contaminated as the radiation theory has always argued. It is not the show hinting at this. It is the show depicting a federal agency making the containment decision explicit in the show's main theatrical release in front of the largest audience the Simpsons franchise has ever reached. And then the movie ends, and the show continues, and Springfield is never sealed under a dome again. The dome comes down. The town is restored. Everyone goes back to normal. And the next time you watch a regular episode, Springfield is simply Springfield again. The same town it has always been. The same contaminated air and water, the same cracked cooling towers, the same residents with the same yellow skin, and the same four fingers and the same inability to ask why. The dome is the show's most explicit endorsement of the radiation theory's core claim. And the fact that it was erased between the theatrical release and the continuation of the show is the show's most explicit demonstration of the principle and the Popper mechanism. The town was quarantined by the federal government. The town collectively decided to forget that this happened, and the show reset. If you want a single piece of evidence that the radiation theory and the collective denial theory are both true and operating in Springfield simultaneously, The Simpsons movie and its absence from the show's subsequent continuity is probably that piece of evidence. Extended, what the show does with time. When it thinks nobody is watching, the floating timeline produces most of its contradictions in the places where the show tries to depict the past, in flashback episodes and origin stories and memory sequences. But it produces a different kind of strangeness in the places where the show depicts the future. The show has visited its own future multiple times. Lisa's wedding, which we discussed in the floating timeline section. Bart to the future, which gave us the Trump prediction. Various Treehouse of Horror segments. Various flash-forward sequences embedded in regular episodes. And each time the show visits the future, it makes choices about what that future looks like that tell you something about what the show believes its present is. The futures depicted in The Simpsons are, almost uniformly, darker versions of the present. Technology has advanced in ways that have generally made life more surveilled, more controlled, more mediated. The economic conditions of middle-class Springfield families have generally worsened rather than improved. Burns's empire or something like it still dominates the town in most future scenarios. Lisa has achieved success, but at a cost. She is often depicted in futures where her intelligence and her commitment have produced some external achievement and a deep internal loneliness. Bart has become a version of his worst possibilities in most future scenarios. Underachieving, drifting, never quite escaping the gravitational pull of the identity the town had for him when he was 10. The future the show imagines is not hopeful. It is a present with more technology and more explicit forms of the same underlying conditions. Burns wins. The plant keeps running. The water stays contaminated. The smart person is still lonely. The lovable failure is still failing. Time passes in the future, but the structure does not change. This is the show telling you something important about what it believes the floating timeline represents. The permanent present is not a paradise. It is a loop, and the futures the show imagines when it bothers to imagine them suggest that even if time were allowed to pass, even if the clock were permitted to run, the fundamental conditions of Springfield would persist. The loop is not maintained by stopping time. The loop is the shape of a system that reproduces itself regardless of whether time passes. Burns wins whether the show is set in 1989 or 2025 or 2050. The plant keeps running. The damage continues. The floating timeline is not the problem. It is a symptom of a deeper loop that the passage of time alone cannot break. Extended, Homer and Marge. The love story at the center of the contamination. We have spent most of tonight talking about Homer as a subject of theories, but Homer and Marge together, as a unit, as the relationship at the center of the show, have their own set of implications that we have not fully explored. The show has been telling a love story for 36 years, not a simple love story. A complicated, sometimes strained, frequently tested, ultimately durable love story between two people who are not obviously well-suited and who have chosen each other anyway, repeatedly, across decades of difficulty. Marge could have left. The show has visited this possibility many times. She has been attracted to other men. She has experienced the pull of lives that would have been easier or more compatible with who she is. She has stayed, not because she had no options, but because she kept choosing Homer, specifically over those options. The choice is not default or passive. It is active and recurrent. Why? The show offers different answers in different episodes. Love, habit, commitment, the children, the family structure that would be disrupted by leaving, the specific quality of Homer's love for Marge, which is absolute and without reservation, even when it is expressed through damage and incompetence. Homer loves Marge the way people rarely get loved, completely, without ambivalence, with no part of him that is holding back or weighing alternatives. He is fully committed to her in a way that is somewhat independent of his other qualities, which are considerable mixed. But the radiation theory offers a different reading of Marge's choice. If the contamination has affected Marge's cognitive function, not as dramatically as it has affected Homer's, but measurably, then her choices are not being made from a position of full cognitive freedom. The same environmental factors that have compromised Homer's intelligence and Springfield's population's capacity for sustained critical thinking have been operating on Marge for the same duration. Her choices are still her choices. They are just being made within a cognitive context that has been shaped by factors she has no knowledge of and no power to address. This does not diminish Marge's love for Homer. It is not the show saying that the relationship is false or that her choices are meaningless. It is saying that the conditions under which those choices are made are not neutral. Springfield has shaped Marge as surely as it has shaped Homer. And the love story at the center of the show, and the one thing that feels reliably true across every theory and every layer of analysis, exists within an environment that has been doing specific things to both of them without their knowledge or consent. The love is real. The contamination is also real. These two facts coexist in Springfield without resolution. That is perhaps the most honest thing the show has ever said. Extended. The teacher, the student, and the system. There is a recurring dynamic in The Simpsons that we have not discussed as a pattern, even though we have touched on its individual instances. The dynamic of the person who tries to help Lisa and the system that ensures they cannot stay. Mr. Bergstrom, the substitute teacher in the Season 2 episode Lisa's Substitute, is arguably the most important single guest character in the show's entire run. He is the first adult outside Lisa's family who actually sees her, who recognizes her intelligence, who treats her as a full person rather than an inconvenient fact about the household, and who gives her explicitly the thing she needs most: the knowledge that there are people like her in the world, that she is not an aberration, that her capacities are real and valuable and will find their place somewhere. And then he leaves. His substitute assignment ends. He is going to another city. He gives Lisa a note before he goes. The note says, "Remember, you are Lisa Simpson." That is it. That is the entire gift. The knowledge that who she is worth being. It is the most emotionally precise moment in the show's history, and it works because of the contrast between what Mr. Bergstrom provides and what Springfield provides. What Springfield offers Lisa is tolerance and love without recognition. What Bergstrom offers is recognition without permanence. The system cannot contain both. A person who sees Lisa clearly cannot stay in Springfield because Springfield is not organized around the kind of clarity that person represents. This pattern repeats. Every meaningful teacher Lisa gets eventually disappears. Every mentor figure. Every person who treats her intelligence as a gift rather than a complication. They leave or they are removed. Or the episode ends and the continuity moves on and Lisa is 8 again in the next episode, starting over. The show is not saying that mentorship is impossible or that good people do not exist. It is saying something about what Springfield does to them. The town can produce good people in individual episodes. It cannot sustain them. The system is not organized in a way that rewards what they offer. And so they pass through and they leave their notes. And Lisa tucks those notes away and keeps being ate. In a town that has decided what it values, waiting for the world that was promised in a note from a substitute teacher. Extended. What Burns knows about Springfield's history. There is one angle of the Burns character that we have not fully explored. The implications of the fact that he has been alive long enough to have personally witnessed most of Springfield's history. Burns was alive when Springfield was a small town. He watched it grow. He watched it industrialize. He watched the post-war period, the suburban expansion, the arrival of television, and the beginning of the media landscape that now surrounds and shapes his employees and their families. He watched every social movement of the 20th century from a position of personal wealth and influence that insulated him from their effects while giving him a clear view of their trajectories. Burns has watched more of American history than any other character in the show. He has more context for understanding Springfield's current situation than anyone else there, because he has been present for the entire process by which Springfield became what it is. He remembers what it was before. He remembers the decisions that were made. He remembers who made them and why, and he has kept all of this to himself. What Burns knows about Springfield's history is not available to anyone else in the town. Not because it is classified or protected in any formal sense, but because the people who would have held that history alongside him are dead. He is the last living witness to the full arc of what Springfield has become. His memory is Springfield's institutional memory, and his memory is organized entirely around the interests of Burns's enterprise rather than the interests of the town. This is a particular kind of power that does not show up in accounts of his economic or political influence, but that may be more fundamental than either. Burns does not just control Springfield's present through the plant and its economic dominance. He controls Springfield's understanding of its past through the monopoly on memory that his longevity has given him. If you want to know what decisions were made, when, by whom, and why, you have to ask Burns. And Burns will tell you the version that serves Burns. Springfield cannot understand its own history without Burns's cooperation, and Burns has no incentive to provide that cooperation. The town's confusion about its own past, its inability to trace the causes of its current conditions back to their origins and decisions made decades ago, is itself a product of his longevity. He outlived everyone who might have told a different story. Extended. The real question. The show has always been asking after everything we have covered tonight. After all the theories and the evidence and the competing explanations and the places where the explanations converge, there's a real question that The Simpsons has been asking for 36 years. A question it poses every week through the structure of the show itself, rather than through any particular character's dialogue or any particular episode's plot. The question is, what do we owe to the people we love when the systems we live inside make it very difficult to be what they need? Homer loves his family, and this is the foundational fact of the show, the thing that everything else is built on top of. He loves Marge. He loves his children. He loves them in the specific, concrete, unambiguous way that the show has depicted consistently and with genuine care across every season and every creative era. The love is real. It is not undermined by the theories about radiation or coma or conspiracy. Whatever else is true about Homer Simpson, his love for his family is true, and yet he fails them regularly and consistently across 36 years of television. He fails them because he is damaged, because the systems he lives inside, the plant, the town, the economic structure Burns has built, the family history that Burns engineered, have compromised his capacity to be what his family needs. He cannot protect them from the contamination he contributes to by showing up to work every morning. He cannot see the architecture of what has been done to his life clearly enough to resist it. He cannot grow or change in the ways that his family sometimes needs him to grow or change because the floating timeline will not allow growth. The show's answer to its own question, what do we owe the people we love when the systems make it difficult, is both the most comfortable and the most heartbreaking answer available. You show up, you come home, You try imperfectly with the tools and the capacity you actually have rather than the tools and the capacity you wish you had. You love them with what you have got. Homer does not save Springfield. He cannot. The contamination continues. The plant keeps running. Burns stays in power. The cycles repeat. None of the theories we have discussed tonight end with Springfield redeemed, or Homer liberated, or the conspiracy exposed. They end with Homer on the couch, with the family intact, with the episode over and the next one beginning the same way. That is the show's answer. Not a triumphant one, not a comfortable one if you have been paying attention tonight, but an honest one. This is what love looks like inside a contaminated system, inside a coma, inside a lie that the whole town voted to maintain. This is what it looks like when you cannot fix what is broken, but you keep showing up anyway. The couch, the family, the credits, and then next week, again. Extended. Why Springfield cannot be fixed, and why that is the point. Every theory we have discussed tonight implies a potential resolution. If the town knows about the contamination, they could demand the plant be shut down. If Homer's coma is real, the hospital could treat him more effectively. If the Burns conspiracy is exposed, he could be held accountable. If the geographic ambiguity is resolved, federal regulatory authority could be established with consistency. If the collective denial mechanism is disrupted, the town could begin confronting the truths it has been maintaining agreements not to see. None of these things happen in the show. Not in any permanent way. The plant stays open. Homer stays in the coma, or he does not, but either way, he stays in Springfield. Burns stays in power. The location stays ambiguous. The denial mechanism stays operational. And the show does not treat this as a tragedy that requires resolution. It treats it as the condition of life in Springfield, which is the condition of a great deal of life in America, which is the condition of a great deal of human experience in communities organized around economic dependencies that those communities cannot easily challenge. This is not a political statement in any narrow or partisan sense. It is an observation about the structural reality of places like Springfield, places that exist everywhere in America, places where the dominant employer and the dominant polluter are the same institution, where the local economy is too dependent on the institution to effectively regulate it, where the cognitive and emotional resources of the population have been shaped by decades of living inside that dependency in ways that make sustained resistance very difficult to organize and maintain. Springfield is not a unique or fantastical situation, is what the show has been saying for 36 years. Springfield is a description of real conditions that exist in real places. The radiation is more visible there, and the billionaire is more cartoonishly evil, but the structure is recognizable. You grew up somewhere. That somewhere had its version of the plant, and its version of Burns, and its version of Homer, and its version of the collective agreement not to ask certain questions too loudly. The show cannot fix Springfield because fixing Springfield would require acknowledging that Springfield is real, that the conditions it depicts exist in the actual world, that the animated exaggeration is not as much of an exaggeration as the animated format suggests. And that acknowledgement, followed by the question of what should be done about it, takes you somewhere that Sunday night network television is not built to take you. So the show does what it can. It tells the truth in the format available to it. It uses cartoon logic and celebrity cameos, and Homer's indestructibility and the reset between episodes to keep the audience watching. And underneath all of it, week after week, season after season, it shows you the same plant and the same billionaire and the same damaged family in the same town that chooses the comfortable lie over the uncomfortable truth, and it trusts you to understand what you are looking at. Final words on Springfield. We have been here for hours now. It is late. Or early, or whatever time it is wherever you are, whatever the clock says in the place where you are watching this. Before you fall asleep, here is the last thing to carry with you into the dark. The Simpsons has been on the air since 1989. It is still on the air. Bart is still 10. Lisa is still 8. Homer still works at the plant. Burns is still alive. Ned is still next door. The couch is still the same couch. And every week without fail, Homer finds his way home. Through the coma, or through the radiation, or through the conspiracy, or through the 36 years of a town that decided to maintain its comfortable fictions, regardless of the cost. Through all of it, Homer finds his way back to that house. Back to those people. Back to whatever version of family the dream or the damage or the love has made available to him. That is the show. That is what has kept it running longer than any other program in the history of American television. Not the celebrity cameos or the predictions or the fan theories or the elaborate conspiracy that runs from Burns's biological weapons lab in 1969 through 3 generations of Simpsons to Sector 7G. It is the man who finds his way home. Every week, without fail. Whatever else is true about Springfield, and we have found that a great deal is true about Springfield tonight. That is also true. The family is intact, the couch is there, the beer is cold, and Homer, despite everything that has been done to him and everything he has failed to understand and everything the theories suggest is happening beneath the surface of his ordinary Tuesday evening, is exactly where he wants to be. That is the show. That is why we keep watching. That is why, 36 years later, Springfield is still here. It always will be. Sleep well, wherever you are, whatever hour it is. Springfield is not going anywhere. It will be here when you wake up. It always is. Extended analysis, the secondary characters and what they tell us about Springfield. Barney Gumble and the town's relationship with its own broken people. Barney Gumble is Homer's best friend. He is also, by any reasonable external assessment, one of the most thoroughly ruined people in Springfield. He is a chronic alcoholic whose condition has progressed far enough that his social, professional, and physical life have all been compromised in ways the show depicts with more honesty than it usually applies to dark subject matter. He was, before the drinking took hold, a person of genuine capability. There are flashes of this across the show's run, moments where Barney demonstrates intelligence, sensitivity, and competence that his current condition does not normally permit him to access. The show treats Barney primarily as a source of comedy. His belches, his apparent obliviousness, his presence at Moe's Tavern as a fixture rather than a customer in any normal sense. But Barney is also evidence of something the radiation theory has not been applied to: the interaction between the town's contaminated environment and pre-existing vulnerabilities. If the radiation theory is correct, and Springfield's environment has measurably compromised the cognitive and emotional function of its residents over time, then individuals with pre-existing vulnerabilities that might have been manageable in a different environment, would be disproportionately affected. A person with a genetic susceptibility to addiction, living in a community with impaired executive function and reduced capacity for long-term consequence modeling across the population, working in conditions that offer few economic alternatives and little social support for choosing differently, would be expected to end up exactly where Barney ended up. Barney is what happens when individual vulnerability meets systemic contamination. He is not just unlucky. He is the product of conditions that selected against his particular vulnerabilities with systematic thoroughness. And the town's response to Barney, cheerful tolerance, occasional concern, ultimately acceptance of his condition as simply who he is now, is the same collective response the town applies to everything it has decided cannot be changed. Barney drinks because Barney drinks. The question of what made Barney the person who drinks is not asked. The show gives Barney moments of near escape. In one episode, he gets sober. He discovers a gift for filmmaking. He produces a short film of genuine quality that suggests a person of real capability had been buried under the alcoholism and waiting for a way out. The episode is moving precisely because you can see the person Barney could have been, clearly and close for a few minutes. And then the sobriety ends. He takes a drink and he is back to baseline Barney. And the episode continues, and the next time we see him, he is at Moe's as always. Springfield does not sustain recovery. The conditions that produced Barney's condition are still in operation. And a person who found sobriety within those conditions would need support systems and alternatives that Springfield does not provide. The town did not break Barney. The town is a system that makes it very difficult to be unbroken once you have reached a certain point. Barney found the doorway out. The system did not have a hallway on the other side. Sideshow Bob and the show's treatment of intelligence as dangerous Sideshow Bob is the show's most persistent villain. More sustained in his antagonism than Burns in some ways, more personally motivated, more directly aimed at specific members of the Simpson family. He is also, notably, the most overtly intelligent antagonist the show has produced. Sideshow Bob has a legitimate record of intellectual achievement. He is classically educated, he has artistic sensibilities, he has operational capabilities that exceed those of essentially every other character in Springfield when his plans are not being frustrated by a 10-year-old boy. And his intelligence, the show consistently implies, is part of what makes him dangerous. His plans are sophisticated. His schemes have internal logic. His methods, when they work because he has actually thought them through rather than simply acting on impulse the way most Springfield antagonists do. But Sideshow Bob's intelligence is always ultimately defeated by Bart. By a 10-year-old with no formal strategic training, limited attention span, and a primary motivation that is more often about not getting killed than about any positive goal. Bob's superior intelligence, applied with genuine effort and often years of planning, consistently fails against Bart's chaotic, impulsive, in-the-moment responsiveness. The show is making a point about intelligence here, and it is a darker point than it might initially appear. Sophisticated intelligence, systematically applied to a specific goal in a specific context, can be defeated by chaos. By the person who does not follow the rules of the game because they do not fully understand that there is a game with rules. Bart defeats Bob, not because Bart is smarter, but because Bart is unpredictable in ways that Bob's elaborate plans cannot account for. Under the radiation theory, this has a specific implication. If Springfield's contamination produces a population whose cognitive function includes compromised executive function, impulse control, and long-term planning, but whose situational responsiveness and creative improvisation are relatively intact, then that population is actually quite well suited to resisting the kind of sustained, sophisticated planning that someone like Burns or Sideshow Bob employs. You cannot reliably manipulate a population that does not behave predictably enough to be manipulated through standard long-term strategy. The cognitive damage that makes Homer and Bart's classmates seem foolish is also what makes them resistant to certain forms of calculated exploitation. Burns can exploit Homer's desperation and his need for stability. He cannot exploit Homer's reason, because Homer's reason does not operate consistently enough to be manipulated through irrational means. The same damage that made Homer exploitable in emotional terms made him resistant to exploitation in strategic terms. And Bart, who represents the most unfiltered version of this, pure reactive improvisation with no sustained strategic capacity, is literally unkillable by the most sophisticated villain the town has produced, because Bob cannot plan for chaos. Springfield's cognitive damage is not purely a liability. It is also, in a perverse way, a form of protection against the most sophisticated forms of exploitation. The town that cannot organize to resist Burns is also the town that consistently frustrates the most carefully constructed plans. Chaos resists calculation. Springfield is very good at chaos. Chief Wiggum and the failure of institutions. Chief Clancy Wiggum deserves more attention than theories about Springfield usually give him, because Wiggum is the show's most sustained portrait of institutional failure. He is not simply an incompetent cop. He is a systemically compromised one. A person whose failures are not primarily the result of personal inadequacy, but of the conditions under which he operates. Wiggum is, within the show's universe, a product of Springfield's institutions. He went through whatever Springfield uses as a police training process. He was promoted through whatever Springfield uses as a promotion system. He has operated for years within an institution that is underfunded, politically compromised, and organizationally structured in ways that reward compliance rather than effectiveness. He also, as we noted in the Mona Simpson section, was directly touched by the Burns conspiracy in 1969. He was the security guard at Burns's biological weapons facility, who was accidentally cured of his asthma by the antibiotic bomb. He was present at the moment that started the chain of events that drove Mona Simpson underground and shaped Homer's entire life. And he has apparently never connected these dots, or if he has made the same choice that Springfield's institutions always make: to not pursue the implications of what he knows. Wiggum's failures as a police chief are the institutional expression of Springfield's larger collective denial. His department does not solve crimes that should be solvable. It does not pursue cases that should be pursued. It arrests the wrong people, overlooks the right people, and consistently arrives at conclusions that are convenient rather than accurate. This is not the behavior of random incompetence. This is the behavior of an institution that has been systematically shaped, over time, to protect certain interests rather than to serve the function its official description claims. Burns's influence over Springfield's institutions extends far beyond the plant. The police, the courts, the regulatory bodies, the municipal government, all of them show the same pattern of failure that conveniently serves Burns's continued impunity. Wiggum is the most visible expression of this pattern, but he is not the cause of it. He is the product of it. He operates within a system that has been organized over time to produce exactly the kind of non-enforcement that Burns requires. Wiggum is not failing at his job. He is succeeding at the actual function of his institution, which is to maintain the appearance of law enforcement while ensuring that the people who built Springfield's economic structure are never genuinely threatened by it. The Wiggum who showed up at the Simpsons' door when Mona needed to run again was doing his job. His job is to protect Burns's interests. It has always been his job. He just does not know this, or if he does, he has never been given a reason to act otherwise. Apu and the question of who can leave Springfield. Apu Nahaspima runs the Quickie Mart. He has worked there for decades. He has a complicated relationship with the franchise's ownership structure. He has a large family. He is, within Springfield's economy, a small business owner operating within the constraints of a franchise arrangement that gives him very limited autonomy. Apu also has, the show established early in its run, advanced degrees and a level of formal education that exceeds what his position at the Quickie Mart would seem to require. He has capabilities that his current role does not fully utilize. He is, in some respects, overqualified for the economic position he occupies. The question the show never quite directly asks is, why does Apu stay? The answer the show implies is complicated. Family, community. The specific form of belonging that Springfield offers, which is imperfect and sometimes hostile but real. The costs of leaving, the practical costs, the relational costs, the cost of abandoning whatever Springfield represents to him, outweigh the benefits of finding a more economically suitable position elsewhere. But the radiation theory adds another dimension to this. If Springfield's contamination affects the cognitive processes that govern long-term planning and the evaluation of alternatives, if one of the effects of the exposure is to reduce the frequency and effectiveness of the kind of sustained, future-oriented thinking that would lead someone to conclude that leaving is worth the cost, then the question of why smart people stay in Springfield has an environmental component that none of them are aware of. Apu has the credentials to leave. He has the intelligence. He may not have the full cognitive toolset for the decision to leave, because that toolset has been quietly compromised by the same water and air that compromised everyone else's. He stays not only because of the reasons he could articulate if asked, but because the cognitive mechanism for weighing the costs and benefits of a major life change is not operating at its theoretical full capacity in anyone who has lived in Springfield for long. Springfield keeps its people not just through economics and community. It keeps them through the subtle modification of the decision-making apparatus that might otherwise lead them out. Sideshow Mel, Dr. Nick, and the show's minor characters as evidence. The show's extensive cast of minor recurring characters who appear in the background of Springfield scenes, who have established names and visual identities but who rarely get full episodes of their own, are worth looking at as a group rather than individually, because as a group they tell you something important. Look at Dr. Nick Riviera. The show's primary running joke about Dr. Nick is his incompetence. He is a doctor who should not be practicing medicine, whose knowledge is inadequate, whose procedures are dangerous, who operates within Springfield's medical system despite being visibly unfit for his role. He is funny in the show's specific mode of dark comedy because the gap between what a doctor should be and what he is so wide. But Dr. Nick exists within Springfield's medical infrastructure. He was trained somewhere. He was credentialed somewhere. He was permitted to practice within Springfield's regulatory and institutional context. His existence is not just a joke about one bad doctor. It is evidence about the quality of Springfield's medical institutions across the board. If the radiation theory is correct and Burns's influence extends into Springfield's healthcare infrastructure, if the medical establishment has been shaped over time to protect certain interests and overlook certain things, then Dr. Nick is what you would expect that system to produce. Not necessarily a deliberate choice to install incompetent practitioners, but the natural result of an institution that has been organized around priorities other than patient welfare over an extended period. Standards slip. Training becomes inadequate. The people who notice and object either leave or are filtered out. And what remains is Dr. Nick operating in plain sight, unchallenged by the institutional apparatus that should prevent exactly this. Every Springfield institution shows this pattern. The schools, the police, the courts, the hospitals, the regulatory bodies. All of them demonstrate a consistent gap between their official function and their actual operation in ways that consistently serve the interests of the town's dominant power, rather than the people the institutions nominally exist to serve. Dr. Nick is one data point in a pattern that runs across every institution in Springfield. The retirement castle and what it says about Springfield's memory. The Springfield Retirement Castle, the facility where Grandpa Abe Simpson lives, is one of the show's recurring background locations, and it is also one of its most quietly devastating. It is a place where Springfield's oldest residents are kept, largely out of sight, their histories and memories and accumulated experience treated as burdens rather than resources. The residents of the retirement castle are the oldest people in Springfield. They have the longest memories. They were alive for the period before the power plant existed. They remember what Springfield was like before the facility that has been shaping the town's biology and politics and economics for decades came to dominate the skyline. And they are systematically ignored. Grandpa Simpson's testimony throughout the show is treated as unreliable. He is known for confusion, for conflating different historical periods, for producing stories that mix accurate memories with obvious confabulations. The show treats this as comedy, but if you take seriously the possibility that Grandpa's cognitive difficulties are at least partly the result of decades of living in Springfield's contaminated environment, then the question of what he actually knows and cannot quite access clearly becomes more important. Grandpa knows things. He made the deal with Burns. He has memories of Springfield that predate the plant. He has information about the Burns family's history in Springfield that nobody else has. And his cognitive impairments, the confusion, the mixing of time periods, the unreliable narration, make it very difficult to access that information clearly, even when he is trying to share it. This is, from the perspective of the systems that want Springfield's history to stay buried, an ideal situation. The person with the most direct knowledge of the conspiracy is cognitively compromised enough that his testimony cannot be taken seriously, and old enough that his remaining years of potential disclosure are limited. Grandpa is not a threat to Burns's interests because Grandpa cannot produce a coherent enough account of what he knows to constitute a threat. The retirement castle is where Springfield's institutional memory goes to become inaccessible. Its residents know things. Their condition makes those things unreachable. And Springfield's response, loving tolerance, occasional visits, the treatment of the elderly as people whose past is a source of comedy rather than information, ensures that whatever those memories contain will stay contained. The Springfield Elementary School as a microcosm. We have talked about the school primarily in the context of Burns stealing its oil well, but the school itself, as an institution, is worth examining as a microcosm of Springfield's systemic conditions. Springfield Elementary is chronically underfunded. This is a running element of the show rather than a specific storyline. The school consistently lacks resources, its facilities are deteriorating, its teachers are underpaid and overworked, its administration operates under conditions that make effective education very difficult to provide. Superintendent Chalmers's visits produce comic confrontations with Principal Skinner, But they also consistently document an institution that is not functioning at the level it nominally claims to function at. The children who attend this school are being educated in conditions that are inadequate by any standard external to Springfield. They are receiving an education that is, by its own institutional standards, insufficient. And they are doing this while also living in an environment that, under the radiation theory, is compromising their cognitive development in measurable ways. The school cannot overcome the effects of the environment because the school is part of the environment. It is underfunded because the money that could fund it has been redirected to Burns's enterprises and to the economic structure that surrounds the plant. The teachers are dealing with students whose cognitive challenges extend beyond the normal range of what classroom instruction can address. The administration is operating within an institutional framework that has been shaped by the same systems that shaped everything else in Springfield. Lisa's experience at this school is the concentrated version of what it does to everyone. She is the most cognitively capable student in the building, and the building cannot serve her. Not because the teachers are indifferent, many of them clearly care, but because the institution does not have the resources or the organizational culture to nurture what she has. She learns despite the school rather than because of it. She survives it. Most students do not have Lisa's reserves. Most students receive what the school can provide, which is a below-standard education delivered in deteriorating conditions by an underpaid staff operating without adequate support, in a building that Burns's stolen oil well would have fixed and did not. The Springfield elementary student body is systematically being prepared for Sector 7G rather than for anything larger. Not as a conspiracy, as a consequence. The conditions that produce underfunded schools also produce the population that those schools then fail to equip for anything but the jobs those conditions offer. Springfield Elementary is not failing. It is producing exactly what the system requires it to produce. A workforce for the plant. A population without the educational resources to effectively challenge the system that underfunds the school. The circle is complete. The loop runs. The Simpsons house and the illusion of stability. 742 Evergreen Terrace. The address that everyone who has watched the show for any length of time knows as well as they know their own. The yellow house with the green roof, the tree in the front yard, the car in the driveway, the television visible through the living room window. It is the most recognizable residential address in the history of American television. The house is the physical embodiment of the show's thesis about permanence. It does not change. It resets between episodes. Damage done to it in one episode is healed by the next. It is the container for the family, the physical structure that the show uses to signal that whatever happened in the previous episode, the essential conditions of The Simpsons' life are intact. But the house also has a history that the show has explored in various episodes, and that history is worth sitting with. The house was affordable for a safety inspector and a stay-at-home parent. At the time of the show's setting, this was plausible. It required 2 incomes to buy a house of this kind in most American cities in the 1980s and 1990s. But in Springfield, 1 income was sufficient for Homer and Marge to own their home, raise 3 children, and maintain a lower middle-class lifestyle without chronic crisis. This was not the norm in American cities in that period, but it is what Springfield offers, and this is part of the trap. Springfield is affordable. It is manageable. The cost of living is low enough that a family can survive on 1 income from a job that a person with Homer's qualifications can hold. This is precisely the kind of economic condition that makes it very difficult to justify leaving, especially when the alternative is paying higher housing costs in a place where you would need better qualifications to get a comparable income. Springfield is economically structured to be just barely good enough to stay in, too livable to flee, too constrained to thrive. 742 Evergreen Terrace is not just a house. It is the specific material representation of why The Simpsons cannot leave. They own it. They have history in it. They cannot sell it for enough to start over somewhere else. And the conditions that make it difficult to leave, the affordability of Springfield relative to its alternatives, the economic dependency on the plant, the community ties that are real and meaningful, even within a contaminated environment, are all products of the same system that produce those cracked cooling towers. The house is the most visible manifestation of the loop. It sits on a street in a town that will not change, containing a family that cannot age, belonging to a man who may be dreaming or may be slowly being poisoned, or may simply be too damaged to understand what keeping that house requires of him. Every week, Homer backs out of the driveway. Every week he comes home. The house is always there when he does. One final theory. The Simpsons is a love letter to the unextraordinary. All the theories we have discussed tonight operate at the level of conspiracy and mystery and dark subtext. They find in The Simpsons a document of institutional corruption, environmental catastrophe, psychological damage, and the mechanisms by which communities maintain comfortable fictions. These readings are all valid. They are all supported by the evidence the show has accumulated over 36 years. But there is one more theory, not a dark one. Not one that involves radiation or comas or conspiracies. The gentlest possible reading of The Simpsons. The show is a love letter to ordinary people. Homer is not heroic. He is not particularly capable. He is not gifted or driven or distinguished in any way that the culture typically celebrates. He is a man of medium intelligence, medium ambition, medium achievement, who loves his family with extraordinary completeness, and who keeps showing up for them with everything he has, which is not very much, but which he gives without reservation every single time. Marge is not celebrated by the world for what she does. The labor of holding a household together, of managing the emotional life of 4 people who each need different things from her, of being patient with a husband whose limitations she has long since cataloged and chosen to love anyway. This is not the kind of labor that gets praised or memorialized or held up as an achievement. It is invisible labor that makes everything else possible, and the show has depicted it with care and with genuine respect for its difficulty for 36 years. Bart is the kid who gets in trouble, not the prodigy, not the achiever, not the one who is going to distinguish himself through excellence in any domain the culture formally recognizes. He is the kid who is alive with a kind of energy that the structures built to contain children cannot quite absorb, and who has not yet found the context in which that energy would be valuable rather than disruptive. Lisa is the exceptional one, and the show has given her more complexity and more genuine attention than most animated characters of any kind receive. But even Lisa's excellence does not translate into triumph. The world does not reliably reward what she has to offer. She is right more often than anyone around her, and being right in Springfield means being lonely. And Maggie is the mystery, the smallest one, the one who cannot speak, the one who is overlooked because she is a baby and babies are overlooked, the one who, under the surface, may be the most remarkable of all of them. The show loves these people, not despite their limitations, but partly because of them. It has been depicting them with care and attention and genuine affection for 36 years. It is found in their ordinary lives, in Homer's ordinary failures, and Marge's ordinary patience, and Bart's ordinary mischief, and Lisa's ordinary loneliness. Something worth returning to, week after week, for the entirety of a television era. That is the final theory, the one that contains all the others. The Simpsons is a show about what ordinary love looks like. In a contaminated environment, in a dreaming mind, in a conspiracy too large and too old to dismantle, in a community that chose to make truth illegal, in a house on a street in a town that cannot be found on any map. Ordinary love. Getting up in the morning, going to the plant, coming home, finding them there, the couch, the television, the family intact. 36 years. 788 episodes. The longest-running scripted primetime show in the history of American television. Because we needed to see it. Because we needed to know it was possible. Because somewhere in the part of us that recognizes Springfield as our town and these people as our people, we needed a family to stay on that couch and a town to stay exactly as it was and a show to never end and a man to keep finding his way home. Every week, without fail. That is The Simpsons. That is everything. Thank you for being here tonight. Sleep well. Springfield will be here when you wake up. It always is. Deeper dives. The theories nobody talks about the Flanders boys and the generational weight of Springfield Rod and Todd Flanders are Ned's sons. They are, in many ways, the show's most thoroughly overlooked characters, despite being present in nearly every scene involving Ned. They are sheltered, homeschooled in some episodes, raised according to strict religious guidelines, kept at a careful distance from the Bart-shaped chaos next door. And they lost their mother when they were young. The show has explored this in occasional episodes, and what it finds there is that the Flanders boys carry the weight of Maud's death in ways that the show acknowledges briefly and then moves past. They are children who experienced significant loss at an age when that loss reshapes you. They are growing up in a household where their father's emotional life is organized around a grief he cannot fully express, maintained at a surface level of positivity by conditioning. He received as a child and never fully escaped. The Flanders boys are Springfield's next generation, like Bart and Lisa and Maggie. They will inherit whatever Springfield is when it is time for them to inherit it, and what they are being prepared for by a loving but psychologically constrained father in a town whose systems are what they are, is a particular kind of adulthood, one shaped by loss processed through denial, by faith that has not been answered by the God it addresses, by the specific flavor of quiet suffering that Ned has perfected and is now passing down. The radiation theory does not spare children. Whatever the contamination has done to the current adult population, it is doing to the children as well. Bart and Lisa and Maggie and Rod and Todd are all being shaped by the same water and air. The show does not give us a clear window into what this means for Rod and Todd specifically, but the silence around them is itself a kind of evidence. The show knows they are there. It does not want to look too closely at what Springfield is making of them. The secret of the Quickie Mart. The Quickie Mart is the show's most consistently present non-domestic location. More episodes involve the Quickie Mart than any other exterior setting in Springfield. It is where Homer stops on the way home, where Bart tries to buy things he should not be buying, where any number of Springfield's social dynamics are compressed into a small commercial space with a fluorescent light and an unclear policy on expired products. The Quickie Mart is also, under careful examination, one of the strangest businesses in Springfield. It appears to be open essentially all hours. It carries an inventory that does not quite match any real convenience store's product mix. Its prices are consistently higher than any competing alternatives, and yet people shop there by preference or necessity. It has survived every economic disruption that has struck Springfield, including disruptions that destroyed other local businesses. It has survived being robbed multiple times, destroyed in various catastrophes, and operated under management conditions that would compromise most retail businesses within weeks. Why does the Quickie Mart survive everything? One answer is that it is simply a fixture of the show's world, maintained by the logic of the animated universe rather than by any realistic economic assessment. This is probably the correct answer at the level of production, but the coma theory offers a different reading. The Quickie Mart is the kind of place that appears in every American community. The corner store, the quick stop, the place that is always there when you need something at an inconvenient hour. It is a deeply embedded piece of American commercial architecture, present in Homer's memory as an ambient fact of the landscape. In the dream, it is always there because Homer's memory requires it to be there. It is not a business, it is a feature of the dreamscape. As durable as anything else in Springfield that is maintained by the dreaming mind's need for the familiar rather than by any realistic economic logic. The Quickie Mart never closes because Homer's Springfield never closes. The town does not sleep. The town does not rest. The dream runs continuously, generating the texture of a lived environment, and the Quickie Mart is part of that texture. Always lit, always there. The bell above the door always ringing when you walk in. The mystery of Sideshow. Bob's continued appearances. We discuss Sideshow Bob in the context of intelligence as a dangerous quality in Springfield. But there is another dimension of his character that has not received the attention it deserves. Sideshow Bob has been imprisoned, paroled, imprisoned again, escaped, been recaptured, and returned to prison more times than any character in the show's history. He has escaped maximum security imprisonment in ways that the show depicts as difficult but achievable. He has traveled internationally while on the run. He has organized elaborate schemes from behind bars and from various countries of exile. He is, by any reasonable assessment, extremely difficult to contain. And yet he keeps coming back to Springfield. He keeps attempting to harm Bart. He keeps putting himself in proximity to the town and the family that will inevitably result in his recapture. Why? The obvious answer is that his obsession with Bart is pathological, that the humiliation of being repeatedly defeated by a 10-year-old has generated a compulsion that overrides his self-interest. This is probably the show's intended reading, but the coma theory produces something more interesting. If Springfield is Homer's dream, then Sideshow Bob is a recurring antagonist that Homer's unconscious mind generates because the dream requires conflict and stakes. Homer's dream needs Bart to be in periodic danger so that the narrative of the family protecting each other, of Springfield being a place where things happen and then get resolved, can continue. Sideshow Bob exists because the dream needs him. He keeps coming back because the dream keeps calling him back. His returns are not the product of his psychology, but of the dreaming mind's need for recurring narrative tension. This explains why Bob is never fully defeated, despite being clearly intelligent enough to arrange a more permanent escape from the Springfield situation. It is not that he is too compulsive to act in his own interest. It is that he cannot act in his own interest because his function in the dream is to return. He is not a free agent. He is a plot mechanism, as essential to the dream's structure as the couch, or the plant, or the donut. The question of Springfield's other billionaires Burns is the dominant wealthy figure in Springfield, but the show has introduced other wealthy characters over the years. Hank Scorpio, in one of the show's most beloved episodes, runs a company called Globex Corporation, and is Homer's boss for one episode before the story moves on. The episode implies that Scorpio is a supervillain in the classic sense. He has world domination ambitions that he is actively pursuing. But the episode treats him with such warmth and affection that the villainy is almost secondary to the characterization of him as an excellent employer and a genuinely supportive manager. The contrast between Burns and Scorpio is the point of the episode. Scorpio is everything Burns is not as an employer. He remembers Homer's name. He encourages Homer's development. He is supportive in the specific ways that Homer needs support. He creates working conditions in which Homer thrives. The episode makes you feel genuinely that Homer made the wrong choice when he chose to leave Globex. But Burns and Scorpio are different in a specific structural way that the episode gestures at. Burns's wealth is extractive. He takes value from Springfield and concentrates it. His operation is built on exploitation of the environment, of his workforce, of the regulatory systems that should constrain him. Scorpio's wealth is, apparently, creative. He builds things. He employs people well. His villainy, such as it is aimed outward at the world rather than downward at his employees. The radiation theory does not have much to say about Scorpio because he is not in Springfield. He is somewhere else, running his company in a location the show does not specify. But the contrast between him and Burns illuminates Burns's specific form of power. Burns is not a billionaire who happens to be in Springfield. He is the specific kind of billionaire that Springfield produces and requires. The extractive kind. The kind whose wealth depends on not fixing what is broken, on not paying for the damage, on not acknowledging the skeletons in the basement. Scorpio could not exist in Springfield because Springfield's economic structure is organized around the Burns model. Scorpio would shut the plant down within a week, clean up the water, fix the 342 violations, and in doing so would end the particular form of economic dependency that keeps Springfield's population manageable. Springfield needs Burns. Burns needs Springfield. Scorpio exists as a reminder of what a different relationship between employer and community would look like. The episode ends with Homer going back to Burns, because in Springfield, you always go back to Burns. The system has no room for Scorpio. The show's treatment of hope. We have spent tonight going deep into the dark things the show is doing. The theories about contamination and manipulation and collective denial, and the structural conditions that prevent Springfield from improving. These are all real dimensions of the show. They are all supported by the evidence. But The Simpsons is not only these things, it is also consistently and sometimes unexpectedly a show about hope. The hope in The Simpsons is not triumphant. It is not the hope of someone who expects things to get dramatically better. It is a smaller hope. The hope of endurance. The hope that the family will still be there when you get home. The hope that love is possible even inside the conditions that make love difficult. The hope that the next episode will have a moment of genuine warmth that makes the dark things worth sitting through. Lisa's hope is the most explicit. She keeps trying, she keeps believing, against the evidence that the show has accumulated over 3.5 decades that things could be better. She picks fights that she cannot win, and writes papers that nobody reads and makes arguments that the community ignores and wakes up the next morning and does it again. Her hope is not naive. She knows the odds. It is a chosen orientation, maintained against the weight of evidence because the alternative is a despair that she has decided she will not give Springfield the satisfaction of producing in her. Homer's hope is less articulable but equally real. Homer hopes every day that the people he loves are okay, that the house will be there when he turns the corner onto Evergreen Terrace, that Marge will be in the kitchen, that the kids will be noisy somewhere upstairs. It is not a sophisticated hope. It is the most basic hope available, that the things that matter will still be there. And every episode confirms it. They are there. They are always there. The hope is fulfilled every week in the simplest possible way. Bart's hope is the hope of someone who has not yet fully accepted that the world is as limited as the adults around him keep implying. He is still operating on the assumption that clever enough action can produce unexpected outcomes. He has not been in the world long enough to believe that the systems are permanent. This is partly naivete and partly the genuine insight of someone who has not yet been fully shaped by the conditions that shaped his parents. Bart keeps trying things that should not work. Sometimes they do not work. Sometimes, unexpectedly, they do. These small hopes, the hope that the family will be intact, the hope that trying matters, the hope that the next episode will have something worth laughing at, are what the show has been offering for 36 years. Not the hope that Springfield will be fixed. Not the hope that Burns will be defeated or the plant shut down or the water cleaned up. Those hopes are not available in this show, but the smaller hopes are, and the show has been delivering on them with reasonable consistency across 788 episodes. This is not nothing. This is, in its way, a profound achievement. The show has found something worth returning to, week after week, inside conditions that do not otherwise suggest that returning is worthwhile. It found love inside the contamination, warmth inside the conspiracy, humor inside the damage. And it has been offering those things to its audience for longer than any other scripted show in the history of American television. Springfield is broken, The Simpsons is not. That distinction between the place and the family, between the system and the people living inside it, between what Springfield is doing to The Simpsons and what The Simpsons are doing with what Springfield has given them, is the real subject of the show. Not the radiation, not the coma, not the conspiracy, the family on the couch every Sunday. And that is Springfield. Every theory, every mystery, every buried storyline and impossible event in quiet detail that rewards 36 years of attention. We covered it all tonight. Wherever you are, whatever the clock says, whatever part of the world you found your way here from. Thank you for being here. Sleep well. Springfield will be here when you wake up. It always is. Final extended section. The show's legacy and what 36 years actually means. There is one more thing worth saying before we leave Springfield entirely tonight, and it is about what it means that this show has existed for as long as it has. The Simpsons debuted in December 1989. The Cold War was ending. The Soviet Union had 2 more years of existence. The World Wide Web had not yet been publicly introduced. Cell phones were large and rare and expensive. The economic conditions that produced Homer Simpson's Springfield, The specific post-war middle-class stability built on union wages and single-income households and affordable housing, and the sense that each generation would have more than the last, were already beginning to erode at the edges, though the erosion was not yet as visible as it would become. The show began as a satirical portrait of an America that, at the time, still existed in most of its broad outlines. The specifics were exaggerated for comedy. The nuclear plant was more obviously dangerous than most nuclear plants. Burns was more overtly villainous than most billionaires. Homer was more cognitively limited than most safety inspectors. But the general shape of the world the show depicted, working-class family, one income, house in the suburbs, kids in public school, the boss who does not care about you, the neighbor who is inexplicably doing better despite being objectively a worse person, was recognizable to a significant fraction of the audience as something adjacent to their own lives. 36 years later, the show is still running, and the world it depicts, which was a satirical exaggeration in 1989, is in some respects less exaggerated now than it was then. The specific economic conditions that made Homer's lifestyle plausible have deteriorated. A single income from a working-class job cannot sustain a house and 3 children in most American cities the way it could in 1989. The middle-class stability that Springfield represents has become more aspirational and less descriptive for the population segment the show has always been about. The distance between Burns and Homer has not narrowed. By most measures, it has widened. The show is still a satire, but what it is satirizing has moved. In 1989, it was satirizing something real and present and recognizable. In 2025, it is partly satirizing something that has become more historical. A version of working-class stability that is receding into the past as the economic conditions that produced it continue to change. Springfield is not only a portrait of contemporary America, it is increasingly also a portrait of a version of America that is becoming harder to access in the real world. This is why the floating timeline has a particular resonance beyond the simple narrative convenience it provides. Springfield frozen in 1989-ish is not just Homer's coma dream. It is a culturally frozen version of an economic moment. The moment when working-class homeownership and stable employment and the other material conditions of the Springfield lifestyle were still broadly available. Keeping Springfield frozen keeps that moment available. The show preserves something that is disappearing from the world outside the screen. And this is why we cannot let go. Not just because we love the characters, not just because we grew up with them, but because Springfield represents something we are watching recede from us in real time, and the show is the place where it stays intact. Burns is still contained by the plot's need for him not to win completely. Homer still has his job and his house and his family. The middle class still exists in Springfield, imperfect and contaminated and trapped in a loop, but present, real, available. The show did not predict America's trajectory, but it has outlived enough of America's trajectory to have become, inadvertently, a kind of archive. A weekly document of what it looked like to be a working-class family in America during the period when that was still, broadly, a coherent and achievable category. Even as the episodes update their technology and their cultural references, the underlying material conditions of the Simpsons' life remain constant. The house, the job, the school, the neighborhood. The specific configuration of a family that should, by any realistic assessment, be able to make it, and does. That is what the floating timeline preserves. Not just a family. An economic moment. A version of America that is becoming historical. And every week that The Simpsons airs, it insists on keeping that moment present. This might be the show's most important function in the years ahead. Not the satire, not the predictions, not the fan theories or the celebrity appearances or the cultural commentary. The function of maintaining, in the face of everything changing, the image of a family that should be able to make it. A man who should be able to support his family on one income. A house that should be within reach. A town that should be livable. Springfield is broken. It has always been broken, but the Simpsons are still in it. Still on that couch. Still loving each other with everything they have, which is complicated and insufficient, and exactly what is required. That is the legacy of 36 years. That is what 788 episodes add up to. Not predictions or theories or mysteries, though all of those are real and worth pursuing. A family in a broken town, loving each other, week after week, without end. That's everything. Every theory, every mystery, every thread we could follow from Springfield's cracked cooling towers down into the foundations of what this show has been doing for 36 years. If you made it here, truly, genuinely here at the end, you are the kind of person who finds something in the long, slow examination of things that matter. That is not a common thing. It deserves to be acknowledged. Sleep well. The loop is still running. Springfield is still there. Homer is still on his way home. He always gets there. Closing extended reflection on watching and being watched. There is a phenomenon that longtime Simpsons viewers describe that is worth naming directly as we finish tonight. The experience of rewatching old episodes and finding that they have changed. Not the episodes. The episodes are the same. The pixels are the same. The dialogue is the same. The jokes land in the same places they always landed. What has changed is the person watching. You come back to an episode you have seen a dozen times, and you find something in it that was not visible to you before because you are different enough now that you can see it. The episode is the same. You are not. This is one of the stranger gifts of a long-running show. It functions as a kind of mirror for the person watching it across time. The way you respond to Homer's failures at 40 is not the way you responded at 15, because you understand failure differently now. The way you respond to Marge's patience is different when you have spent years maintaining patience of your own. The way you respond to Lisa's loneliness is different when you have lived long enough to know what it means to be right about something and unable to make anyone care. The show has not changed. You have. And the show's consistency. The fact that it is always the same Springfield, always the same family, always the same couch, makes it a reliable surface for the reflection of your own changes over time. Springfield is a fixed point. You are the variable. Every time you go back, you can see how far you have traveled by measuring the distance between where you are and where Springfield is. This is perhaps the deepest dimension of the show's cultural staying power, and it is one that none of the theories we discussed tonight quite captures. The radiation theory explains Springfield's strangeness. The coma theory explains the eternal present. The Burns conspiracy explains the structural conditions. The collective denial theory explains the reset mechanism. But none of them explain why people keep going back after they already know the theories. Why they watch episodes they have seen 10 times. Why they quote lines from episodes that aired before they were born. You go back because Springfield is one of the fixed points in a world that does not offer many of them. Because the show was there when you were young, and it is still there now, exactly as you left it. And returning to it is a form of contact with the version of yourself that first encountered it. You are not watching The Simpsons. You are watching yourself, watching The Simpsons from a distance that only time can create. That is what 36 years adds up to. Not just a cultural artifact, a mirror, a fixed point, a place that stays put while everything else moves. Homer is still on that couch, still in that house, still going to the plant every morning and coming home every evening, still loving Marge, still strangling Bart, still beaming with an imprecise and overwhelming pride when Lisa plays her saxophone. And every time you go back to Springfield, you get to be briefly whoever you were the last time you were there. And then you come home from Springfield to the place you actually live, which has changed in the time since you first found that couch and that family and that yellow town beneath those cracked cooling towers. Time passes outside Springfield. It does not pass inside it. And sometimes that is exactly the gift that a tired person, watching something at whatever hour this is, in whatever city or country you are in right now, needs more than anything else the television can offer. A place that stays. A family that endures. A man who keeps coming home. That is The Simpsons. That is all of it. Sleep well.